Here we go. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Happy Easter egg. Hope you all, mate. Sorry, I won't be saying too much. I'm trying not to wake the house up. It sounds more like ASMR for like the first hour. Yeah, likewise, bud. It's been too long. It's been way too long. We've got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, this one's gonna take a fair bit. It's yeah, it's supposed to be about 6.5 hours, give or take. But the reason why I'm starting it early is because me and Linky are going out later on, so I'm like trying to jump ahead of things. Also to put a time on the board as well. Yeah, time on the board. But yeah, first time. Seriously? Nice. I know that what's it called? No, I'm not heading to GTA Marathon until Saturday. Me and Dean are driving down on the Saturday. We're there from Saturday to the following Sunday. So yeah, should be interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, it should be good. I know, like, when I'm down in Portsmouth, I probably won't be, probably going to the footy match. I'll probably take a pass on that. But the other stuff I should be able to do, like obviously go-karting and stuff. I've got my balaclava and my gloves, so it should be easy enough. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. Why not? If they're the cheapest, why not, right? To be fair, Reggie, I don't know what the other guys are like. You know, like for go-karting, I know what Josh is like and I know what you're like, but I don't know about the other guys who are doing it. I think Gail's going, I don't know what he's like at go-karting, so I might get my ass handed to me, to be honest. You just don't know. We'll see, we'll see. To be fair, since I last went go-karting with you guys, was it ESA, I think, them years ago, I put a bit of weight on, but I haven't put loads of weight on, you know. It's, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I seem to be still quick when I do go-karting at home, but I'm not like Cousin, who's like, you know, does go-karting it's like every week or every 2 weeks he does it. He practices like hell, like that's how he's so frigging quick. Same with Dadler and a couple other guys that came with us last time. Oh yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, of course it will. Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I've no doubt. So funny you mentioned that. Also, I think I'm able to talk at a normal volume now, so this will be a lot better for me. I don't have to sit so close to the mic. So basically, how this game is structured is sorry, my throat's a little dry. So the way that this game is structured is that you have 10 seasons. Each season has a different car that you go through. However, in each season there are what we call optional races that you can skip. They don't have an effect on the championship points or anything like that. They cost some money to enter, but the race is optional. But if you win it, you get like more money for doing it. So basically, if I so when I was in the Ford car, which was the first season, the Fiesta is the first bonus race. It's the next car up. So the bonus races are usually like the next car up. So this race, you saw me do earlier on. But obviously, we did it as a bonus race. So I think it costs like 200 to enter, but you win 500 if you win it. It's like a wager race out of a Need for Speed game. You know, you pay something to enter, but you win it, you get like more than double or like way more than you entered it for. So what we do is we We'll do every race. We'll try and win everything. Like, the idea as well is that I don't have to win every single race to win this run. Although you'd think with it being called 100%, you'd have to win everything. Nearly 100% in the game is... 100% in the game is just finishing the game, because the game tracks the percentage for the game by how far through the game you get. So if you end up like getting through all of the seasons, and yeah, if you end up getting through all the seasons without winning like most of them, and you still get to the credits by just winning the last season, then that's technically 100% for the game. But we've classed that more like any percent, because you can skip races and you can save so much time. Like, it's ridiculous at how much time that we actually knock off the run. So, like, for example, the any percent, I managed to get it down to, I think it was 256 or something, because I was able to skip certain races and do all sorts of things, that sort of thing. Whereas on 100% we said that you can't skip races. Yeah, you can't skip races, however, one thing we have said is that you don't have to win every single race, just as long as that you're able to finish the game. Although I think the rules should be more a case of winning all the seasons is the point of 100%, to be honest. Which I should be able to do with these, to be honest. There is actually a fun fact as well. So I've been doing like splits and the guides for the game recently, because I've been playing it through a lot. And one of the things I did find out was at the start of the Fiesta, I bought an engine upgrade. Well, that engine upgrade also applies to the optional races as well, like this one. So if I buy engine upgrades, weight upgrades, whatever, even if I do the optional races, the upgrades carry over, which is pretty cool. It's a very cool thing to find out, because I wasn't so sure if I could do that. Yeah, I wasn't sure about everything, to be honest, when I was playing through the game. So what I have done, obviously I've been playing it quite a bit in the last like week or two, and I was doing a playthrough on Sunday and on Monday, and what I did realise I can do, also wall riding's a thing in this game, so we're going to be abusing that quite a bit when it comes to doing races as well. Gain time on the AI. There'll be wall riding as well, a lot of it. But yeah, like in terms of the fundamentals of the run, in any percent we don't really use the upgrade system to our advantage, because we upgrade the cars, but the car will always stay the same. We skip all the optional races. Whereas in 100%, the upgrades come in very useful for these bonus races, because as you can see, we're able to dominate the AI in this, which is pretty cool. There's also something called soft tyres, which I don't find much for use for the early cars. It just seems pointless. But you can use them to your advantage for the faster cars. So yeah, the gearbox I think is the golden bullet for this game, to be honest. So I didn't bother to buy any of the upgrades apart from, so I was buying like engine upgrades. I barely bought weight reductions for the cars. You can buy aerodynamics at one point for the cars, and then you can start buying the gearbox. So when you start buying the gearbox, that's when things start to open up a bit better, because you're able to use the gearbox to completely blast round the tracks much faster than you expect. Also, some of these races are called sprints. You only see these at the start of the game, which is nice. It is pretty good, these, to be honest. And then at the end of the race, at end of the season, you get the double points. Oh, yeah. We also have a qualify system, which we're always going to skip on, because it involves doing a lap of the circuit, and obviously we don't want to be doing that, because it just wastes time. And from the back, you usually can win the races. So, yeah, we'll see how it all goes. Hopefully it'll be fine. I mean, the earlier races are pretty easy to win, with like the upgrades and things like that. Funny thing is, when I was doing tests for the game, I was like, okay, so one of the things that we can do is obviously upgrade the cars, but I held off upgrading the cars in the early game. Yeah, I held off upgrading the cars in the early game because I thought it would be pointless. And for the any percent, I found that upgrading the Fiesta, you lose like a few seconds in the first race, but then after that, it all comes back to you. The time comes back to you, because you can lap the circuit a couple of seconds faster. So like the fastest I could do a lap of this circuit with the Fiesta in its regular form, I think it was like a 129. But with the upgraded engine, I'm able to do it in like 125 or something. Like that. 125.7. So if you do like one lap race and it's like, oh, it's a 1 lap race, but it's 4 seconds faster, you can gain it back. And then over this race, you'd obviously gain like, what, 8 seconds? Something like that. They had a demo of this? I didn't know there was a demo. Mind you, then again, PS1 demoed this for a thing, so I didn't think there was a demo of this game, to be honest. To see if I can find it. I know that I bought, funnily enough, I bought like PS1 demo discs and not actually played them yet from gaming markets in the UK. It is kind of a shame. I think Portsmouth actually may have a gaming market this year, but it's nowhere near when GTA Marathon is. Otherwise, people could, we could take a day trip there and stuff. That'd be pretty good. There we go. It was over 20 years ago, blimey. I mean, yeah, it probably was, to be fair. Also, this should be good. So now we're getting weight reductions in the car as well as engine upgrades, so... And as I said, this carries over. Less weight in a car like this would be a massive benefit, because you get better acceleration as well. AI will not know what's hit him. There are some races that are difficult, I won't lie to you. A lot of the races I did for this were relatively easy when I did the playthrough. But the back end of the game, is ridiculously difficult. Like some races that I wasn't sure about, I really struggled with. Like the bonus races at the end of the run are incredibly difficult to win. So in terms of how many cars there are. So there are 10 seasons with 10 different cars. However, if you include the different cars that you drive, it's 1 car per season, including the bonus one, really, because the bonus one you get on the next season up. So you've got 10 cars there, but you get to drive an additional 2 cars in the final season. So when I get to the Mustang season, which is season 9, it's the second to last one, I get to drive the GT90, which is the 10th car. But in the GT90 season, which is the final season of the game, you have 3 bonus races. 2 of them are in the Ford Explorer 4x4, and 1 of them is in the F-150 car thing, truck. I don't know what it is exactly. It's a truck, Ford truck. Something like that. But I believe that there are other cars in the game as well. As far as I'm aware, it's 12, but... oh, me. In terms of the single race time attack mode, I think there is maybe an additional one, maybe 2. Yeah, there is, yeah. There's, so, this is the bit that kind of infuriates me. So the 5th season? I think. No, hang on. 6th season? So, it goes car, Ford Fiesta, Ford Escort, Ford Puma, Ford Focus, Ford Mondeo / Ford Contour. Then it's the Ford Cougar, Ford Taurus, Ford Mustang, and then the Ford GT90. In that order, I believe. The Mondeo, the reason for the Mondeo is... So I'm playing the NTSC version, so it'll say Contour season, because apparently when the car was sold in the United States, it went by the name Contour. I don't know why they went with that name, there's probably a reason why, but yeah, obviously in the UK and in Europe it was sold as the Mondeo. The really crappy thing though is that the Mondeo is based off the British touring car version from... I think it's from 98 or 99. It's the game released in 99. So yeah, so the game released in 99, so the car would have been based off the 98 version. But bizarrely enough, the livery that is on said car is the one from the 2000 season. So whether they made this up from somewhere else, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it was... Oh, sorry, hang on. This game released in 2001, I think it was. And it was based off the 2000 car. But it's not got any... like the worst bit about it is just a stock Mondeo with a body kit on it. And a slight bit more power than standard. I wish I was joking. Like, if you go and look at the car stats, the... what's it called? The Mondeo, it's got like 178 horsepower or something, or 174 horsepower or something like that. Whereas obviously the touring car Mondeo had about 300. So if it was based off the touring car, it should have had about 200, 300, which it doesn't. The closest we get to it is when we drive it, is like with the engine upgrades and stuff. The problem is the Mondeo is Season 6, and bizarrely enough, up until then, the game's not too difficult, not too bad. Then you get to the Mondeo, and the game's difficulty ramps up a lot. And you actually have to drive much better and make sure that you've got the car gearbox set up correctly and things. So it does feel... it always feels weird setting up a stream and starting a stream at friggin' like 9 AM in the UK. Luckily it's Bank Holiday Friday, so I'm fine with this. And I was planning on doing this. Funnily enough, this run, I was planning on doing this run last week. So I did the any % on the Saturday. and then was going to do the 100% on the Sunday, but yeah, had other things going on, so I couldn't. But still, it happens. Also, now we get to drive the Ford Puma. We're on a different track as well. We're on a new track as well, which is Willowdale 2. Well, enough, the Puma's actually not too bad. Puma's quite good as well. I very much enjoy the Puma as a car. Small pocket rocket. I really enjoy it. Yeah, the wall riding comes in very useful, especially for later cars. There is the problem of your car spinning out, and there are a couple of races where I'm going to take it very easy if I can. Because some tracks, the AI loves to just get in the way of things. One of your neighbours had one? Do you know what? Here's the funny thing. I never remember anybody having a Ford Puma. But yeah, I remember seeing pictures of them and everything. I remember seeing people have Mondeos, and one of the guys who used to work for my dad, he used to have, funnily enough, he used to have a Ford Cougar. Although I think it was known as something else in the UK, but it was a Ford Cougar anyway. And he got after that he got a red Ford Focus. I remember that specifically. It was the Mark 1 Ford Focus in red. There was no body kit on it, but I do remember that being his car. Yeah, it's very interesting, that's for sure. Also, that is the optional race done. Yeah, they were pretty good as well. Like, the funny thing is, I think somebody, not someone I knew, but like, there's a group that I'm in, which mentions like, you know, cars you don't see anymore, and people bring up the old Mondeos, and it's like, yeah, I quite like it. I've seen the Mondeo a couple of times actually, in like recent years, and it's really strange for me because it's like, you know, a car that used to be dead common, you just don't see it. Like, I'll be at home, you know, I'll be at work, and you know, you're looking out on the street, and it's like, oh, there's just every car there. And then when you're driving, you happen to be going somewhere, and it's like some guys driving this old Ford Mondeo. It's like, nice, they're still going. Kept them in good nick. The thing is, what cleared a lot of old. The problem is, like, this was less an EU thing and more of a UK thing. But in, I think it was 2009 or 2010, there was a law or something. I forget what it was exactly, but basically over like 1 million cars got scrapped, and they give you money for the car and be like, oh yeah, here, if you scrap your car, you get a certain amount of money and you can buy a new car with it. And a guy got a list. He managed to get the list of cars that were scrapped in full. And it was like, I think there was about, in terms of cars that I like, you know, there was like 6 or 7 Nissan Skylines, about 20 or 30 Subarus, 50 Mitsubishis, some were Evos, some were regular cars. Quite a fair few Vauxhalls, you know, a few Nissans, Fords, you can imagine. But it was like 1 million cars, I think, or nearly 1 million or something. But it was something to do with a law had been passed. I don't remember why it was, but it was like a big scrappage scheme, it was called. I think it was just a scrappage scheme for the UK. And it was like, oh, if you scrap your old car, we'll give you like a couple of £1,000 to buy a new one. Which doesn't sound too bad, considering this was like 2009. But even then, it's like, you've got to remember the cars that were scrapped. Like, I understand why certain cars do get scrapped. That much I get, you know. That much I get. But, I don't know. Always nice to go to a car show and some guy's got an old Mondeo there and you're like, there it is. Or when you go to a... Like, there's a few classic touring car events in the UK this year. There used to be one in... We're in Brands Hatch for a fair bit. Like, last 2-3 years we've been to it. So, yeah, we've been to this thing called Super Touring Power, and it had classic touring cars there. Not loads, but a fair few. And they've decided that they're not going to just have Super Touring Power at Brands Hatch. So they've shifted it, so it's like Rewind, Touring Car Rewind North, which is at Alton Park. And then there's one at Brands Hatch, which is Touring Car Rewind South. And they're on at different times of the year. And it's like, ooh. Apparently there's classic touring cars going. I'm like, ooh. That should be good. I'm quite looking forward to it when it shows up. I mean, whether Blinky decides to come or not, that's a different question. She can do if she wants. I'll go on my own. Or with a friend of mine, but... Either way, I digress. It's, yeah, it's... nice to see, like, the classic touring cars, to be honest, you know. It's like, there's a fair few cars that just don't exist anymore, or... You know, people have got them and they're frigging collector's items. What's really funny to me is like, you know, just a standard jalopy that was on the road during the 90s, 2000s, you know, a regular car. Now people are like, not queuing up out the door to look at them, but you know, people are like going, bloody hell, remember these? Yeah, I remember this when my dad used to have one of these. Because they're becoming a classic, you know. Maybe not a collector's item, but like people are buying the cars again and driving them again. Like I know a friend of mine's got a, he's got a Ford Focus, a Mark 1 Ford Focus he's got, and he had a look at when it was made, and it was apparently one of the last, I think it was the last 50 or something. One of the last 50 ever made, and it was produced in Spain or something. He's even got like pictures apparently when it was on the production line, which I think is pretty incredible. You know, he's even got like, he goes to car shows and shows it off and everything, and it's impressive. Yeah, it's something else. Yeah, pretty impressive. Also, less weight, racing engine. This thing's going to be rapid. As I said, it's going to be a long ride, this one. I'm aiming for, so like, someone that I've seen play this through on YouTube did it in about 6.5 hours. So if I end up getting this in less than that, that would be nice. I'd be slower than it, I'd be faster than the YouTube playthrough, which I'll take. I mean, we'll find out if I'm as quick as I want to be. Like I said, if I manage to win everything and I drive about as good as I can do, then we should be good for getting under 6.5 hours. But like I said, no race can be skipped. It has to all be done above board, legit. So that's what we're doing. To be honest, this one's more a long slug. Can't think of the word. Slog, is it? Yeah, no worries, Riggy, yeah. No worries, I'll catch up with you again soon. And thanks for the good luck, man, I appreciate it. I'll definitely see you soon. Looking forward to seeing you. Any good times ahead. Funny actually, it's like people at work like, oh, what are you doing over Easter weekend? They're like, oh, we're going away. Like, don't ask me what I'm doing, please. Like, why? It's like, I've decided to play a old game at this point. 25-year-old game. 6 hours. On the plus side, once this is done, I'm pretty happy with that, because then it's like, that's me definitely done with this. Definitely done with this game, I can tell you. I'll be happy because it's like, then that's another one done for Ford series. There's other games in the series I need to come back to and I need to do again. So we'll see what happens with other games in the series. I may come back to them, who knows. I mean, I don't know yet, we'll find out, but still. Well, 3 laps of this. Oh, this will be interesting. I've already done... Wait, didn't I do a lap of this? Oh no, was this in the Escort, maybe? Can't remember. Might have been the Puma, I don't remember. Well, this should be faster anyway than what I did on the last one, so it's fine. Luckily, I have all the details on my splits. And all the stuff's on the guide anyway, so if anyone wants to run this category or run the game, there's splits and guides on SRC for it. I mean, I could put a layout up, I suppose. I could probably put the layout in there as well, but the layouts each to their own. You can put your own in. I usually just do the cover of the game, it just looks better. I'm trying to think of when I first started doing that. When I first started putting game covers as the... Yeah, when I first started putting game covers as the thing itself. I have no idea. Look at that, just wall riding around corners, dead easy. Come on. At 123, I'll take it though. I think Mountain Ring, I think that's 1 lap. It could be 2, I'm not sure. As I was saying, I won't be fitting soft tyres to the cars, to be honest. I will be towards the back end of the run, but that's because I can actually afford to do that. I don't know if I'll have the Puma season finished in an hour. Hoping so. Like, Mustang is apparently an hour. And GT90 is easily over an hour, so... And... There we go. And let's go. Okay, 2 laps of this. Fine. I think Mountain Ring has to be one of my least favourite tracks in the game. I don't know, it just doesn't... It flows quite easily, but it's a difficult track to win. A lot of the time. I'd also say it's probably the track that I've had the least amount of practice on, to be honest. I mean, it's one of several. It always seems to throw me off. Like, slower car, fine. But in a faster car like the GT90, holy cow, it's hard. Like, this track is just difficult in every car. It's ridiculous. But if you get this, like, this last corner right here, if you're able to get that corner right, then you can actually pull away from the AI, like, really easily. It's pretty nice, too. Getting a good lap on here, getting, like, a really good lap is an absolute pain. Yeah, that first corner is just horrendous. It's, like I said, the faster the cars, the worse it gets. I had the GT90, and I was doing this race, and I went off at the first corner. I must have done it 2 or 3 times. I just could not slow the car down in time. I just couldn't. I mean, maybe it was because I didn't have soft tyres on. I presume that would be the case, but at the same time, I have no idea. What would be really nice about this game, and I think I've said this about a few different games recently, it'd be nice if lap glitching was found. Imagine how much shorter it makes the game. Like, any percent would be like, right, we're coming back to this because the game's busted. Like, how badly is it busted? Easy, you just drive outside the walls or inside the middle of the track. Oh. Gets rid of that one. Right, so It seems like I've got more practice to do. I've got more events. So I've got managed to get in what events. I've got ETA Marathon in about 2 weeks, which I've got Italian Job and Driver, so I've got to relearn those. I do have Prevent-a-thon, I believe, and possibly No Glitches Allowed. I remember. There's a few events I've got. Oh, NSG, of course. Yeah, NSG I've got 3 runs, I believe. Actually, no. Sorry, I submitted for No Glitches Allowed. I don't know if I'll get in that one. It's Prevent-a-thon, I think I'm in. Yeah, you alright, Reza? Reza. Alright, just... just the kind of name I can imagine someone calling another Brit, to be honest. Like, Reza, you know. Football match. I don't know. Yeah, so I've got a fair bit of practice to do. I've got like 4 games to practice in 2 weeks. So I'm going to be focusing on that. I also have a game which I need to do some coverage for, which is called Drive Crazy. That will be interesting for me to do, because I've not played that yet. Yeah, I know Lord Mao has played it. He's even doing a run of it. I think for NSG, from what I remember. Yeah, good fun. Oh, good fun. I'll sprint up at this one, let's go. This will be a lot faster than I think then. Yeah, we'll plenty of practice to do, but I can do practice. Practice I can handle. I will definitely be practicing my games. If I've got the ones that I think I have. It's like Italian Job, Driver 3, oh, CMR 2005 Engage as well. To be honest, they're not too bad. They're games that I can easily relearn. Not the end of the world. I mean, if it was, then obviously I'd be like, oh, I can't do it. But I will be practicing them. It's fine. It's just like, wait, you just did this race. You don't. I don't know what I need to do for the focus, to be honest. I think I can change the gearbox for the focus when I get that. I was having a look at like what upgrades I could do per car when I was playing the game through, and I was like, wait, I can upgrade this to this. Like the Ford car, you wouldn't believe me, but you can upgrade that. You can get an engine upgrade for that. But it's probably the most pointless engine upgrade. It probably does give you more power and you can do races faster, but honestly, it makes 0 sense to have it. Like, it really does. It just has... It makes no sense. It has no purpose. Yeah, it just makes no sense. You would be gaining maybe like 2 or 3 seconds, but it wouldn't be enough to benefit the upgrading bit. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't gain it you won't gain it back somewhere. Because the races are like 1 lap, so it makes no sense. Because it's like a 2 or 3 lap race, and depends on the size of the track too. Will depend on, you know, how much time you're using. I'll have the focus soon enough. Anyway. Oh. There we go, and across the line. Yeah, look at that. Honey. It sucks that I have to watch that. Like, all like, oh, you've got to do this, you've got to do this. I'm like, yep, I do. It's fine. There we go. Come on. There we go. Whew. What we at? 54 minutes. Honestly, I was expecting a bit quicker, but whatever, it's fine. I would have thought we should have maybe our first race in the Focus division should be finished by the, what you call it? I don't know, we'll find out. Right, so it's engine 2. Get the gearbox first. Nice. Right, so. There we go. Set up. Hey, runner. Thanks for good luck. Yeah, I'm doing the run. I was actually looking around the other day, funnily enough, at the... You're gonna laugh when I tell you. Ford Racing 3 GBA game again. I was just like, I need to come back to that. You absolutely battered me at that game. I think I only just beat you and then you came back and you were like, yeah, it was like 2.5 minutes gained. And I'm like, oh Christ. I've got work to do. If you're wondering why I was thinking about that, I don't know. No idea. It's on my to-do list anyway. I do need... Maybe, yeah, maybe, just maybe. For the Monday I'll change the... Yeah, I'll change the... No, I'll change it from... Do I change the gearbox before Mountain Ring or after? I don't know. I feel like I should change it beforehand. I don't know. Do I want to change it? Like, Mountain Ring is Mountain Ring, but like, do I want to change it before that or not? Also, wall riding is such an OP thing in this. Ooh. I am curious actually, see what I can. Wait, Mountain Ring. No, it has the straight, so I will need to adjust the gearbox actually. I'll adjust the gearbox to Mountain Ring actually. Needs more speed on the straights, so mega useful if I do. So let's go to the next race. Yep, quality, there we go. Yep. But it's not as fast. It's faster in a straight line, which is what I need on this track. Oh, nice. This will help with the acceleration, the top speed problem. I've got enough acceleration to deal with it. Not only that, actually the Mondeo will work better with this gearbox. Just because I need more speed. That's fine. Oh, also, I just realised we're not quite an hour in. We will be after the first lap, though. I've got a few things I need to sort out with my my own car, funnily enough. So I'm doing the run today because I won't have time to do it tomorrow. And also, there's a few things. I mean, I've got other stuff that I want to do as well. Sunday, I'm planning on doing, if I can anyway, on the Sunday. Either the Sunday or the Monday, I'm planning on doing Drive Crazy, which is the indie game stream. The key that I've been given. It might be like a couple of weeks under the deadline to make content for it, but at the same time it's because of the fact that I'm just not going to have time if I'm doing practice with driver and Italian job and all the other stuff as well. Yeah. Well, I've got, funnily enough, I have driver and the Italian job to learn over the course of the next week, and then when I come back on the Sunday, I'm then straight on the pace with CMR 2005 and Driver 3, and I'm like, oops. Luckily, I will be doing. Luckily, I'll be doing stuff. I get there. Fine. Oh, I could have gone with a shorter gearbox, but honestly, this just makes it better for the Mondeo. Also, that gravel doesn't seem to slow me down. What the hell? You would think the gravel would slow you down. It's frigging gravel, for Christ's sake. No, not really. I'm fairly certain as well we do Mountain Ring with the Mondeo, either in this section or in the actual Mondeo section. Come on. There we go. Go. Okay, so this is apparently a sprint. I'm intrigued. Very intrigued. Come on, car. I'll be fine. We'll probably do this race in the Mondeo section. There we go. There we go. Hopefully, with a bit of luck, be able to get rid of things with this one. If I remember rightly, it's not this race that gets me. It's the Mondeo race at this track. Because the AI follows so friggin' close. It's like getting the lead and holding it is is tricky. The Focus less so. It's not as bad. But the Mondeo, yeah, it's bad. The Mondeo is very bad. I had a bit of a problem when I did the F-150 race actually around here, so I think I'm gonna play it safe and buy soft tyres for that race. Because holy crap. There are some races where you need to buy the soft tyres, and this track is definitely one of them. Others less so, you don't have to worry about it, but in most cases, yeah, you have to worry about it. Also, getting your gear ups and your gear downs right is usually pretty important for getting good lap time, as you might imagine. There we go. Right, so here's where the fun starts. So we're on this track with the Mondeo. It's interesting because, well, first of all, AI doesn't play ball. Secondly, I've managed to get through this race unscathed usually. It'll stop in a minute, I'll put the brakes on. When we get to the off-road bit that worries me. You get to this bit now, and it's like... AI's like, yeah, I can just take this flat. Oh, maybe not. Believe it or not, on this track, the slower cars make this so much easier. Like, it's bumpy, but it makes it easier to drive. That's the main thing. It makes it, you know, you're able to drive the car, and it's fine. There we are. There we go. So that's why I get the speed. So that it's not enough to get the car to top out, but it's close to topping the car's speed out. But it works out for this one, to be honest. It's interesting though how like a car like this can drive off-road, no problem. A bit concerning to be honest. Mondeo race done. Whew. Fat paycheck from that though. God, I bet. So we've got this race to do, and then I've got Willowdale 2, I think it is. It's coming up after this. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Nice. Thank you very much. Bit of argy-bargy, we'll probably get there. There'll be some races where that'll be needed, to be honest. Not just like now or just to get to the front, but like there'll be some races where I will need to play dirty. I'm afraid to tell you. I'm afraid to say it's gonna be a bit of a rough ride on some of the races. Like we're gonna have to batter the AI out the way. There we go. I'm curious as to why, you know, certain cars were picked for this game. I mean, obviously it was what was around at the time. Well, when I think of like Ford Racing 2, for example, it was a case of you had Ford Racing 2, and they had like the Indigo concept, as well as like, you know, the GT90 and a lot of other cars as well. I was like, what the hell? I mean, obviously it's whatever cars you have available at the time, I know that much, but like... Huh? There was someone saying actually on the Ford Racing server, I forget who it was, that was saying like, in terms of the Ford Racing 2001 game and the Ford Racing PS1 game, that PS1 has more structure for its career mode, because on this you do 10 seasons, different vehicles with bonus races and everything, whereas on that one it's like, oh okay, so you get a car, you can then do main divisions, the main competition, And then you do this one, then you do that one. It's a bit weird. It's really strange. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Five laps of this. God, you gotta be kidding me. It's gonna take friggin' ages. Well, to be honest, might take ages. Why don't we play the long game, which is playing argy-bargy with cars? Why that? Oh my god, he's stopping. Nice. Am I able to catch up to him quick? I say that, how's he able to just... That's weird, that. See, that's like the weird speed difference stuff. Like the weird rubber banding that they have. Because it's like, okay, I'm playing the game, I'm doing whatever I'm doing, right? And yet for some reason, the game's like, could be worse. Like, really? Like, I was catching him on speed then. You saw the acceleration. All of a sudden he starts pulling away and I'm like... Bear in mind, I'm not on the shortest gearbox, but even if I was on the shortest gearbox, he'd still get away. But then again, at the same time, on the straight now, he's able to power it past me. Oh, he would, if he was able to catch me. Also, yeah, there you go. Pull a gap. Gosh. Easy. Like I said, a lot of the concentration is in the driving, more than anything else. I wish it wasn't, but it is. It does seem a bit odd that it's like, I've not been able to stream too much recently, but that's just because of the fact of like, you know, not having time on my hands or feeling like I haven't got time on my hands or, you know, that's all. We'll get there soon enough, as I said. We should be alright. I mean, we've got a gap. Easily got a gap. I'm actually curious as well if the focus is like half an hour. So it'll be half an hour for the focus, half an hour for the Mondeo. probably about 40 minutes for the... Probably about 40 minutes, I'd imagine, for the Cougar, 40 minutes for the Taurus. The Mustang's definitely an hour. And then the GT90 is at least an hour and 20 minutes. An hour 15, an hour 20. Because the races are so long in the GT90. Well, apart from the friggin' bonus races that you do, they're not that long. This is the other thing as well, these are like the races that you skip in any percent. You can now see how much faster the game is when you skip the races. And you don't have to do them. My main concern, to be honest, because I'll be buying the upgrades and getting everything sorted straight away at the start of every car, is that my main concern is having an overpowered car for the GT90 and the Mustang. Mainly the GT90. The Mustang I can handle. I mean, it's a handful, but it's not too bad. It can be a handful, but it's not that bad. The GT90, on the other hand, it's like nothing you can do can get that thing in line. It's just horrendous to drive. It's just absolutely awful. I really wish it wasn't a bad car to drive. When it's fully upgraded, it's just nightmare fuel. It's just really bad. Come on. Come on. Oh, bloody hell. Right. Straight for the body shop. Gearbox. Definitely. I need to change the gearbox to -1. Fairly certain. There we go. Now we're driving the Mondeo full time now. Good. There is a plus, to be honest. Like, there is a massive plus. Which is the fact that as you're driving these cars, you're able to, you know, you're able to get these sorted out. They're not too bad. Fine. As I said, we've got the right amount of acceleration and top speed, so I think we're all good. I mean, we're not winning this by a mile, but this is about as good as it gets. So we should be fine. Half a second. Yeah, maybe get a 122 here. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Oof. Well. There we go. Luckily, I don't have to do this race too often. Well, not with a bad car anyway. The GT90 race with it on this was just wow. That is car control incarnate, basically. Like with this is dead easy. Like to drive off road with these cars is dead easy, but then you get the GT90 off road, and it's like, oh boy, you're in trouble. It's 3 laps. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. 6 minutes long. Sure. There's the thing. If the races that I've got the Cougar are as short as I think they are, then won't be too bad. Like, how long was the focus? Half an hour? Short of half an hour. This will probably be out the same, I'd imagine. 30-ish minutes. Oh. Around 30 odd. Probably about 30-35 minutes, but seasons get longer as they go. Last one feels like it never ends. Gotta drive this well for 6 hours, wow. Alright, nice. 2 minutes for these. The off-road section is an interesting addition to this track, I'm not gonna lie. It's weird as well, because it's like, in terms of the, what's it called? In terms of the track layout and everything, it's like, you're on tarmac and then you go on dirt. You wonder just what will the car handle like on dirt, and honestly, it doesn't handle too bad. You can get the car to slide a little bit, but getting it to slide is difficult. Not easy. There we go. Oh. Move on to another song, at least. Let's see. So, just a bit of a mention. So, Willowdale 1 is the short circuit. Willowdale 2 is the short circuit with the long extension. Willowdale 3 is the short circuit with the short extension. The Willowdale 4 track, which I don't remember when you first see it, I think it might be during Taurus maybe, or the Mustang, is the short plus the long plus the other short track. Yeah, so certainly something. Luckily, the Cougar is a car that can do the wall ride just fine. The Taurus is not too bad. The Mustang is where it gets tricky because the back wheels make it spin and you can lose time spinning out of corners. And then you have the ET90, which is just like turn and pray, basically. Yeah, Willowdale 3 is not too bad, to be honest. If that shows up, it's not too bad of a track. Willowdale 2 I don't like. And off the track that's come up next, I don't like that. There we go. More money. So, this is the track I don't like. I don't like this track. However, next race I don't like even more. It's that Mesa Verde one I was saying. Luckily, I should be alright with it because, I mean, shortened gearbox, but I should be alright with being able to sort it out. I wanted to get down the inside of them really, but that'll have to do, to be honest. I mean, luckily this race will be faster than the Ford Focus. to be honest with you. So that's good. Focus will be a couple of seconds slower, I think, than the Taurus. It's not much. Well, not Taurus, the Mondeo, so. Not that much slower. Slow enough. Yeah, this track's a lot longer than the other one. Like, a lot longer than Willowdale 3. That's why, again, why I prefer to do Willowdale 3 over 2, because 2's just... I don't know, 2 just feels a bit bland. I mean, 3 is not bad. 4's probably the worst. 4's more like the endurance track. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I am curious actually if I can still do the Ford Mondeo race at Mesa Verde, to be honest. I'm just thinking, do I chance it and just go with the standard gear, the gearbox I've got now, which I can use for all races, auto shorten it. Don't know. And we're done. Oh, for that race we are. Morning. Right, Neutrino. Yeah, morning. They're all trying to push me, this is interesting. Maybe I can get away from him. I don't know, we'll find out when they're going to do this. Dog sitting today. Oh, that's not too bad then. Well, it's same, maybe it's same for us later on, not sure yet. Got, like, I mean, I think you've got some stuff that we're doing. Well, I know she's actually in work today, if you believe that. Her work is open, like, normal hours today, so she's in. I mean, fair enough, you know. She's keeping herself busy, as am I. Although this is a run that I was supposed to get done last week, so I got this done last week when I wanted to. Then it would have been a case of, yeah, if I got this done last week, then I wouldn't be doing it this one. Yeah, it's like a weird colour, isn't it? It's strange. It's like sun after it's like sun during a thunderstorm. You know, where it's pitch like it's black in the sky everywhere else, but then the sun's there, and you're like, this is weird. I mean, we get these days, don't we, in the UK? But it's not very often. But even then, you feel indifferent. You're like, I don't feel right. It's sunny, but it's black everywhere else. Or like really dark clouds everywhere else. It's strange. Nice. That went surprisingly well. See how we get on with this race. Okay, and then we go like that. Found out something that basically when you upgrade a car in this game, so if I upgrade a car at the start, the upgrades carry over to the bonus car races that I do. It's pretty impressive. Like, if I buy racing engine, you know, aerodynamic, suspension, whatever, right? Do all that. I buy all that stuff. It can all be used, it's applied to every car I drive in that section. Nice feature. One that we don't use in any percent. We don't take use of it in any percent, but in Hundo we do. Yeah, how you doing, Utra? No, you alright? You said you were dog sitting, so are you busy all day then? Ooh, very nice. Oh, hopefully the weather's good for him. It's supposed to be raining today for us. So, well, typical Manchester weather to be honest, but yeah. Yeah, typical crappy Manchester weather. Like, what's it doing over there? It's sunny. You're not that far away. Yeah, it's because you don't live in Manchester, that's why. It's quite funny in that regard. I think Linky said we have a microclimate. That's what we have. It's kind of funny because I'd say it's true. I'd say she's not far off. Also, yeah, Nutrient, I think you've seen this already, haven't you? The fact that you can just hit hit walls and it doesn't do anything. Yeah, yeah, alright, yeah. We had we had the same thing, but I know that like somebody put a picture up of sorry, a video of like a 10-minute time reel in Manchester, and it was like 1:55 starts raining. Oh no, 1:55 it's cloudy. 1:58 raining. 2 minutes past 1 snowing. 2 minutes past 3 clears up like nothing happened. 5 past 2 sun. Nothing else. Just stupid. Incredibly stupid weather. This will be a minute and 20 on lap, I'd say. Oh crap, hello. Oh, you're gonna push me, aren't you? Yeah, he'll push me and then put his brakes on, like that. There we go. La Vista, suckers. Oh crap. Oh no you don't. Push. Push, push, push. Nice. They'll love to be like, yeah, we're just gonna push you out the way. I'm like, oh no you friggin' don't. Oh, okay, I was way out. When I said 35 minutes, I didn't realise it was already at 32.5 minutes now, so yeah, it's probably we're going to be finishing this past the 2-hour mark. What's funny is that by now on any percent you're usually at like I think probably Mustang at this point. Or you'll be finishing Mustang in about 15 minutes. This is like, that's how much you skip. Bear in mind, right? Okay, so Mustang and GT90 is like... In the Mustang and GT90, they take about half an hour-ish. 25-30 minutes, something like that. In the full... If you do the full game, it's like an hour for the Mustang, an hour and 20 for the GT90. Because you don't do all the extra races. And you cut out some really long races as well. At GT90, you spend like... on average, 6 minutes a race, I'd say. Maybe 6 minutes. But then there's some races that are like 1 minute or 2 minutes. There's the bonus races. I'm fairly certain as well when you do the bonus races on GT90. They are all 1 lap each, which is quite nice. Yeah, like I said, I was saying earlier, Neutrino, I've got like a fair few games to learn in the space of like 2 weeks or a week. I've got Italian Job and yeah, so I've got the Italian Job and Driver for PS1 or GTA Marathon. I've also got for NSG, I've got Driver 3 and... what else? Driver 3 and... Colin McRae Raleigh 2005 Engage. As they saw that and went, hell yes. Yeah, that's it. Okay, GB -1, okay, that's fine. That's to make sure. It's more like relearning. Yeah, exactly. I've got like a fair bit to relearn, to be honest. Yeah, we've as I said, we've got a fair bit of relearning to do. Italian Job should be easy enough, I think, because, well, here's the thing. So, when I was doing runs a couple of weeks ago with Italian Job, whenever it was that I was doing the runs, I was doing world record strats, but obviously with me getting it in for GTA Marathon, I'm going to do my old strats that obviously were more safer to do. I'll take the routes I used to take and everything like that. And the run should go fine, to be honest. It's like, I know my routes for the game, you know, where to go and things like that, but like, for example, in Traffic Tape Caper, where I have to, in my PB or in the run normally, we would bomb it and the police would chase after us. I'm not going to risk that. I'm just going to let them drive past first, wait for them to drive past, and then go. Same thing with like Mafia Mania would be an easy strat to show. To be honest, the first like major one is first major one. I think major hurdle would be meeting Camp Freddy, because you have to jump over that fence and drive through the compound and go that way. But I will just go the route that I used to go. Just take the route that I used to. Yeah, there are a lot of easy strats that I'm going to use, but a lot of it is just marathon safe. I'm just going to be playing it really, really safe. Taking the routes that I normally take, rather than the risky ones where, like, the police can be on my tail. Because I'd rather not have to restart the mission. You know, I've got routes that are guaranteed to let me win. So I'm going to use them. I mean, CMR 2005 should be a bloody cakewalk, to be honest. Let's not beat around the bush with that one. That one should be really easy. Driver will be interesting because I'm thinking, for the sake of it, I'm thinking of using the Japanese version instead of the North American version of the game. So North American version is the version that I would use, but if I use the Japanese version, it gives me more time on missions. It's slower, but it's still better than, like, you know, if I get police at the end of a mission or something, I'm able to actually win the mission still. And Driver 3 is literally just going around learning the route. Again, just relearning the route for the Timmy, because it's the Timmy Vermicelli's for Driver 3, so I have to quickly go around and relearn that. To be honest, Timmy Vermicelli's is just really fun. Like, you get to run around with a friggin' grenade launcher. And obviously, for, like, the sake of the run as well, I'll probably just turn on infinite ammo so that it doesn't, like, you know, it's totally right. Okay, so the run wouldn't be allowed, but I don't really care. It's okay. So we're gonna use the grenade launcher to kill the Timmies. So even if I miss, it's there. It's fine. And then supposedly, I've got to relearn Victory Rally for another event, but that's an easy relearning, to be honest. I think by just playing it safe, you know, I personally think that just by playing it safe, then we should be fine. And we'll get to see the Taurus as well. think the Cougar and the Taurus are 40 minutes each. And then the Mustang's an hour and the GT90 is an hour, so yeah, from memory time-wise. I'm probably going to be way off that now. I mean, the game likes me wrong. I'm like, yeah, it was like, oh yeah, the Mondeo's friggin' half an hour. 35 minutes. I said 30 to 35 minutes at one point. I was thinking that probably like 32 or something. No. A fair bit longer than that. So it was 30, just short of 36 minutes, 35 something. Looking at it. Or am I working that out wrong? Am I working that out wrong? I don't know. Yeah, no, 35 something. I don't know, 30. What is it, 35? 28? I think for Mondeo, just by the looks of it. The fact that I'm trying to do math whilst driving's interesting. I ain't got anything better to do, I'm driving, so it's like, you know. Might as well occupy my brain with something. For a long run like this, maybe that's what's best. Let's just try and, you know, maybe do that. Keep your brain occupied. How? Do maths. Yeah, so we got the Cougar, we've then got the Taurus, then the Mustang, then the GT90. The Mustang will be interesting because we are fitting the Mustang, I think, at the time with soft tyres. We're also doing weight reduction and everything, so yeah. Sorry. Well, it's something different. Sorry, what? I didn't want that song on. I get excited about Mondo, especially since you don't see him on the road anymore. I mean, honestly, he's every right to be. This, you know, like, in terms of the car itself, yeah, you really don't see him anymore. It's really bizarre. I do wish you could see them a bit more, but then again, I was talking to Riggy before. He mentioned about how, like, he used to have a Mondeo. Like in 2001, he had a Mondeo. His dad had a Mondeo. He had it for like 10 years. So it was a great car. But I've seen a couple of Mondeos on the roads over here. Not very many though. I do like it when I see all the old cars, to be honest. Also, if you're telling me this wasn't a Ford decision to put friggin' a NASCAR in this, then I don't know whose decision that would have been. And I'd be completely honest, I absolutely hate NASCAR. I really do. I'm sorry if you like it. I absolutely hate NASCAR. I really do. And as big and bulky as the old ones are, I think my least favourite car in this game is the Taurus. Because I know it's a classic NASCAR now, this day and age it is, but back then it wasn't. I still don't like it. I don't like the look of it. It just... I don't know, it just seems like it doesn't work. It doesn't work as a racing car. I mean, it did, but like, to me, it just doesn't seem like it works as a racing car. It's too boxy, way too friggin' heavy. I mean, the engine takes most of that weight, I'd imagine, but like, still, it's friggin' too heavy. It's just crap. I don't know. Fight me all day long over that one. It's just, it's naff. I see an old car every day. I see one every time I go with my dad's garage. Speaking of which, yeah, that's what I'm up to tomorrow. I'm fixing my Subaru, actually. On my to-do list. Me and my dad are gonna fix it. You're like, why? What's wrong with it? What's happened to it? Basically, it's just the steering belt is very, very squeaky. And it hasn't been changed since we bought the car 6 years ago. Now, bear in mind, I drive it like on and off throughout the year, but still, it's getting a lot worse. So we're going to fix that by replacing it with a new one. But that's not the critical bit that needs fixing. My brake caliper, or brake calipers at the front, are leaking as the seals are going on them. Bear in mind, I don't batter the brakes on the Subaru. I don't do like 200 mile an hour and then slam the brakes. Well, I can't reach that fast, but you know, I don't do like excessive speeds and then slam the brakes on. And basically, we thought it was to do with the, well, when we got it up, I was wondering, I was like, oh crap. Like, had no idea about the brake, you know, the brake calipers going. But basically, I'd had a problem with my handbrake light wasn't going off. And I took it to the garage where my mate works, and he got it on ramp. So right, he said, actually, well, first, before we get it on ramp, he went, we'll have a look at the engine oil, the brake fluid, sorry. I said, yeah, alright, yeah, no problem, I've no worries. So, he looks at the brake fluid, he went, mate, you barely got any in it. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, there's barely any in. I was like, okay then. So, anyway, what ended up happening, what ended up happening was, I said, right, okay, can we put brake fluid back in it? He went, yeah, we'll put brake fluid in it, yeah, obviously. So he put brake fluid back in it, he said, right, I'll get it on the ramp. So he gets it on the ramp, car goes up in the air, and he says, found it. He says, your caliper's leaking. Not leaking massively, but it's leaking. He said, it's probably a seal or something that's gone in caliper. He said, I get that fixed if I were you. So when's your MOT due? I said, April? He went, right, well, so I'm going to get the car took off the road. So once the car's off the road, get the calipers fixed. Obviously, we're busy over Christmas. I was like, I need to sort the calipers out. I was trying to get the details and see, like, you know, about fixing them. So what we're doing is, instead of taking the caliper apart and fixing the seal, we're just buying 2 new calipers, which we have done, the rear, as well as the steering rack belt. And the plan is to take the old calipers off the front wheels and replace them with the new ones. And replace them with the new ones, as well as the steering rack belt. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow. That's going to be fun time. Alright, there's a few songs that my calipers can fit you on my arm, so that's actually kind of funny. But it makes sense. Like you said, upgrade people that do track days, yeah. That's true. I know what Port Sunday is. No. I feel like I should know it though, but no. What is it? Oh, very nice. I take it you're gonna be there. Also, the funny thing is... oh yeah, obviously, yeah, you live there, makes sense. Excuse me, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I always wonder, like, I always forget which parts of the UK celebrate. What's it called? That's it, yeah. So we have like a branch in Scotland. And I was talking to him, I was like, enjoy a long weekend. He went, well, we don't get it. He said, sucks being a Scots, done it. Us Scots. I said, yeah, but you make up for it elsewhere. He's like, yeah, that's true, we do. Well, I always forget like which parts of the UK celebrate Easter Sunday. I had it in my head that Scotland celebrated it, but they don't, but they have other days off. I don't know if do Wales celebrate Easter? No idea. Can't remember. I'm never sure about Ireland, because it's like, what days do they celebrate, what days don't they celebrate? Wait, what? Did people bring their cars from even all over the UK to that event? Impressive, actually. Sounds like a good day. For a car enthusiast, definitely. I'll have to come over Easter weekend, to be fair. I mean, Linky's just come back from... She's been over back home for a couple of days last weekend. That's why I was streaming. So, yeah, she's come back to... I go to Manchester again, back home. Damn. Like you said, people come from all over, so... I'm not really surprised people from friggin' London go, but like... Yeah. It's certainly something. I've never really known many people from the Isle of Man are enthusiasts. Isle of Man's more bike enthusiasts than cars, because Isle of Man's ET, obviously. Still remember when I went to Goodwood, actually. Speaking of the Isle of Man circuit, do you know who... Actually, yeah, there's a question for you, Neutral. Do you know who Mark Higgins is? I don't know if that... That name rings a bell. So, basically, Mark Higgins is the guy that... Do you remember hearing about the guy who did a lap of the Isle of Man TT in a Subaru and he set the record for the circuit? Like 10 years ago. 10, 11 years ago? That ring a bell? Souped up Subaru that he did. He set the lap record on the TT circuit. Yeah, so he set the lap record in a Subaru Impreza, but it was like a... I don't know what it was. Some sort of race car, but he throttled it through. You want to look at it, watch it on YouTube, it's really good. Anyway, so the year he did that, I was at Goodwood Festival of Speed with my dad, and no one really cared, it seemed. Like, we went up to him. It was like, hey mate, you had like his little stand. So bear in mind, you've got like the pits and everything. And then there's just, he's got like a little stand, like as if it was like a, you know, international car show. And it's like, you know, meet Mark Higgins, the guy who set the record on the Isle of Man TT in a Subaru Impreza. So me and my dad went over to him. And I said, just to double check, I said, are you the guy that did the lap record? And he's like, yeah, I am, mate, yeah. So I got chatting to him, the guy's from the Isle of Man himself, Mark Higgins. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Like, to meet him and everything like that, and I was like, so so how much power is it putting through, and like, what's the weight of it? And the power to weight ratio was somewhat daft. It wasn't insane, but like, it was a lot more than you think it would have been. Because obviously it's like, well, Subaru's quite lightweight, you know. Anyway, that's what they're meant for, rally cars, aren't they? So he's got this Impreza and he's put whatever engine in it along with all the stuff. It's, yeah, it's mad. It's mad. My dad was like, my dad turns around, he's like, you get my appraisal. That's good. Oh, well. Yeah, well, that's it. It's like, I think it was when I was at Goodwood a couple of years ago. I was in the. Because the thing is, like, if you've never been to Goodwood before, Goodwood is very interesting for a car enthusiast because, like, a lot of the drivers are walking around. There are famous people walking about. You can meet anyone and everyone you can think of. I mean, the TT's even more open. But, like, you can walk around, bump into Jackie Stewart in the pit lane, or Jackie Hicks, or you know, whoever. Like, I met, I didn't actually meet him formally, and I'm a bit peed off that I didn't actually, like, get a picture and stuff with him, but Peter Solberg and Oliver Solberg. Obviously, Oliver's in WRC these days, but yeah. It was when, I think it was Peter Solberg was doing his, like, farewell tour thing for Rallycross, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, Jake Hill was there, you know, from British Touring Cars, and I'd already been watching him for a few years, and then I met him at Touring Cars, and was really nice bloke to chat to. It was fantastic. Really had a good chat with him. Brilliant. Yeah, it's great when you get events like that. I mean, it's like, you can't really go to F1 and bump into someone. And if you do, it's just bizarre chance that such a body happens to be staying on... They happen to be staying on the campsite, or they're walking with you, you know, and usually they get mobbed, but then it's like, some people just You know, they'd be walking around and everything. I mean, the Rory Butcher, right, who was touring car driver. This is the same day I met Jay Kill as well, right? He was sat there cleaning, because this was at the time when they were just about to move into the hybrid era. I think it was 2021. And I met Rory Butcher first. And he was there cleaning. Like, at first, I thought it was just a random guy cleaning the car. You know, he had the Toyota t-shirt on and stuff. And I was like, oh, it's probably a crew member. Friggin' turns round. It's Rory Butcher. And I'm like, I know exactly who the guy is, but rather than me like, go, oh my god, you're... I just went, yeah, I was like, car's quite nice. It's like, oh yeah, it's nice when she's clean. I went, so do you drive? Stupidly, I just asked questions like, do you drive? It's like, yeah, I race her. I was like, wait, you're Rory Butcher, right? It's like, yeah. I was like, nice to meet you. And then I knew exactly who he was before he told me all this. You know, I just didn't want to be like, excuse me, you know, all the rest of it. We got a picture. It's pretty good. Yeah, I met, who else did I meet? Yeah, I met Jay Kill. I got a picture with Travis Pastrana. I was stood in the perfect spot. So, when they do a run on the hill at Goodwood, they come back into this pen about halfway up. So they go up to, so obviously they go down the hill. Oh no, so they get the set of cars from like the garages and the pits, right? And they put them in this big pen. And they're like, obviously before they get going and everything. Sometimes they do it afterwards, but like, he'd already been up and down and everything. I think, and then he got in the pen, and there were a load of other people there, and I was stood at this one particular spot, and I was like, wasn't stood right next to the fence, but he happened to reverse and stop right in front of us. He gets out and he does interviews with people. There's this guy with his two lads, and he went over and got a picture with him, and I was starstruck. I was like, oh my god, it's that friggin' Travis Pastrana. And yeah, I got to shake his hand and everything. Yeah, it was amazing. I met a bunch of like, you know, touring car guys at Goodwood. Paul O'Neill, who does ITV commentary, I got to meet him there, as well as a few other people as well. It was really good. Yeah. Like you said, it is nice. It just shows that they are genuine, you know, genuine nice blokes. There are a few people that I'm not keen on, that I'm like, I wouldn't meet, you know, racing driver wise, either because I don't like them, or it's like, I've seen how they treat other people sometimes. It's a bit tricky. I just remember like a few people. Yeah, I don't know, I've met like a fair few of the touring car grid, you know, Turkington, Hill, Sutton, Ingram and Chilton, who else have I met? Rory Butcher, obviously, Sam Tordoff, although it was last year when I met him. I was too much of a chicken to get a picture with him, and Linky's like, go on, get a picture. I'm like, no, I can't do it. He had to like shove me towards him, like, go on. It's like, no, don't want to do it. Yeah, because I get pretty nervous. It was like there was a few racing drivers at this Super Touring Power thing last year, and yeah, it was like, oh, it's such and such a body. Like, I knew who she were. She's a racing driver. I knew that much. And it's like, you know, met this. Like, I know exactly who she is. But me being a chicken, I'm like, I can't even ask her for a picture or anything. And Linky, without any hesitation, just like, sorry, my boyfriend's really shy. Can you get a picture with this? She's just like, yeah, sure. Not even asked. Does not care. Like, did not care whatsoever. She, like, to put it in her words, she's like, well, I don't know who they are. I don't care. I'm there crapping myself. It's just one of them. Yeah, no, she is. But, like, the thing is, here's the thing, if it was the other way around, if it was someone that I didn't know and she knew, I'd be like, I'll just go up to them and say, excuse me mate, can my partner get a picture with you? Because she knows who you are and I don't. Or something, you know, then she'd get a picture. I'd do the same for her. But Linky just does not care. She's just like, just come get a picture with her. It's not going to kill you. You know, she's great. She's great. The best one, I'll tell you what, the best reaction I had. Best reaction I had. Yeah, the best reaction I ever had was Charles Rainford, I think. It was at Super Touring Power last year. And basically so it was at Super Touring Power last year. And I had I've got this Grid shirt from the first Grid game, but it's from the first Race Driver Grid. But it was a design that I had no idea. It was a limited run. I think I bought it for like 25 quid a couple of years ago. I've still got the t-shirt. And I'm there wearing it, walking around Brands Hatch, and I was like, oh, I was after Charles Rainford because he was racing in the Classic division. So we go into the pits, and he immediately points at me and says, love the t-shirt, man. So at which point I said, funnily enough, I've just been looking for you. So I went over, I was like, you're right, Charles. He's like, yeah. How was your day going? He said, yeah, I love the t-shirt. And I'm like, thanks very much. Like, I was going to meet him, and it was like it was not for him to meet me. It was kind of funny, to be honest. It was great. I had a really good conversation with him, got a picture with him. He's a proper nice guy. He's still in the touring cars as well this year, so pretty happy about that. I was backing him last year as well. Because I said, like, one of my bold predictions with Ben was, I said, I reckon Charles Rainford's going to win a race, or he'll do really well. And he did. And I'm really glad I was correct on that one. Really, really good. Yeah, Josh Brooks. Pretended not to know... Oh, okay, so you pretended not to know who he was. You just talked about the retro bike he was racing and my retro bike. So when did you break out the... You're Josh Brooks, aren't you? Or did you never break out? Did you get a picture or something with him? You met him, obviously. There was times where I've met... Oh, God, who else did I meet? I met Steve Ryder, the famous commentator from like my childhood for Jeremy Clarkson DVDs and things. I know that like I can go to classic car shows and meet Mike Brewer, Ed China, Richard Hammond, you know. I've never met any of these guys, but I've seen them on stages and stuff, and I'm just like, ooh. Asked about the accent and where he was from. I mean, genuinely, that's not a bad way to just have a conversation. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's just like, don't make it obvious who he is, because then he might be there to just enjoy the day, not be there for attention. You know, I do remember actually, I was at Donington. Jesus, when was this? I was at Donington Park a few years ago. I went to the toilet and this guy walked in, I think it was, and walked out again. And I was like, I recognise him. And it was only once I got home that I was like, hold on a fucking minute. So there was a guy that was called Alex Zaffro on YouTube, and he used to do like a lot of F1 content, F1 material. And I went off him for a few years and then came back around to him, and then he was racing in certain series. And then one of my mates as well, who I got to know from the F1 community, raced in the Civic Cup, which is really impressive. So, yeah, that was impressive. I don't know. Do I usually stream this early? No. Never. Only reason I'm streaming this early is because I've got a few things to do later on, and right now is the most appropriate time to do it for me because, well, A, I'm awake, I'm up, but B, if I left it till later, I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do later on. Yeah, Neutrino, yeah, it was probably a good idea to do that, because like you said, he probably wasn't there for the attention, he was probably there to, you know, support his local team or support his local track, you know. To him, he's just having a day out, you know, it's not there for as a publicity stunt, he's just there to do his thing. No, it's alright, no worries, Tanel, no worries. Gonna be a long run, I'll tell you that much. The 3 hours, I think, at least. At least we'll have a time down for the board, so happy days. I did have an interesting dilemma, which was when I was playing this through. It's like, oh, okay, I could probably do alright. What did I say? We're 40 minutes. Oh, okay, so same with the gearbox. Oh, man. Estimate, about 6 hours, give or take. Oh, I'll be on the Mustang after this. Well, that'll be good. Yeah, 6.5 hours. A casual playthrough beats the game in about 6.5 hours. If you play it without stopping. But then take your time with like upgrades and stuff. Like, just to put it in perspective, by the time... Yeah. I finished the any percent in less than 3 hours. That's how many races you skip. That's how much time you save by skipping races. Compared to if you were to play the game fully, which is what I'm doing. I plan to try and win every race. Obviously win every season. No matter what. If I can't do that, then at least I can at least try and finish things. So we've got, again, like I said, about 40 minutes to do Taurus season. Taurus is about 40 minutes. And then we get onto the big guns, which is the Mustang and the GT90. The Mustang is about an hour. And GT90 is about an hour and 20 on its own. because of how long the races are. Like, the GT90 is an entire run on its own. Just between the Mustang and the GT90, there is a lot. I've got, like, notes as well for what I need and when on my splits. Now, I could have gone for a shorter gearbox, but honestly, yeah, I could have gone for a shorter gearbox. I don't remember why I went for one less gearbox, maybe because of the fact of on the straight. But here's a fun one. Here's a fun fact for those that don't know yet. Is that this car on the PAL version has 4 gears. On the NTSC version, it has 5, but the 5th gear isn't programmed. So when you do 5th, it's like the car is just... there's nothing there. There's no power. So if I'm doing 4th and I'm reaching the limiter and I go to do gear up, it lets me go up to 5th gear. But there is no gears whatsoever. Even on the shortest gearbox, there's nothing there. It's like the engine just has, well, no engine. It's like there's no power, nothing. It's really, really bizarre. And I don't know why it's in, specifically in this version. I wish I knew, but I have no idea. It'd be good if we could actually, like, abuse that. But we can't. We can't use it for anything in particular, so it sucks, but whatever. Also, the only time we actually buy soft tyres in the first 8 seasons is for this race. The next race, sorry. Because the next time you need soft tyres is like, I think the first race of the Mustang, and then GT90, you're friggin' buying the soft tyres like every other race. Like the F-150 race, maybe not the Explorer, but definitely the F-150. Like, holy crap, do you need the soft tyres? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you buy everything before the run. Like, this is the thing. Like, in any percent, you have to be worried. Your main concern is how much money you have to spend on the cars versus what you don't have. Whereas in 100%, money's not a problem. You obviously have more than enough. So, yeah. And now, I go body shop and I buy the soft tyres. Like that. And then we carry on. Literally, the only reason I buy the soft tyres is because of this track. Mainly because of the amount of grip they friggin' give you. Like, they give you a fair bit of grip compared to what the normal tyres. Like, I found the soft tyres were completely useless. I got the soft tyre, put the soft tyres on the car, and was like, there you go. Oh, the song that's playing, it's Busy Earning by Jungle, I think. I'm fairly certain this was in Forza Horizon 1. Definitely been around for quite a while. How much I know? 2011, 2012 maybe? It wasn't in Horizon 1, it was definitely in Horizon 2. One of the two. It was one of the first two Horizons. Maybe it was the second one. No, it definitely was the first. I don't know. Somebody could definitely look that up. This from Borderlands? As in the TV show Borderlands or the game Borderlands? I mean, I've not seen either, but still. Or the film, even. Telltale game. Oh, the Tales from the Borderlands, that one. Or Borderlands the Telltale, I don't know what it is. I think it is called, is it Tales from the Borderlands? Or Borderlands a Telltale game? I don't know. I can't remember which one it is, whatever the title is, but yeah, I know what you mean. The Telltale Borderlands game. And there we go. Gets rid of that. Right, Willowdale 4. Wasn't sure when this one would appear, but here we go. One lap. So Willowdale 4 is tricky because it's a long track. It is with the Mustang though, so we'll see. What's up? Whee! Ah. Keep my speed. It's like cheating, but cheating. Woohoo! Cheating. Yeah. What are you talking about? You have video game powers on your side. It's like cheating, but cheating. Woohoo! It's interesting actually, because it's like the Mustang is very. It loves burning its tyres. Surprised actually, it doesn't fling you to one side. Oh, whatever. That's what it has to do, I suppose. There we go. There we go. Nice. There we go. Ooh, he's got in front. And first corner. Ooh. There we go. Nice. Bloody hell. I mean, we get her. It's fine. Ford wall riding racing, to be honest. Ready? Wall ride! Hell yeah. Lead instantly became friggin' 2 seconds. The funny thing is, I had this bizarre thought the other day about Ford racing. What if you were to do the main games in the series? So for Ford racing, you would do, because there was 2 completely different games of Ford racing. The first one, it was Ford racing PS1, Ford Racing 2001 for PC, Ford Racing 2, Ford Racing 3, Ford Racing Off-Road, Ford Street Racing, Ford Mustang The Legend Lives, and Ford vs Chevy. And is there any others? I feel like I've missed one. Did all them back to back, Jesus Christ. Imagine. How long will that take? I don't even want to begin to imagine. Given that this game is just short of 3 hours, PC's a little over 2 and a bit. Ford Racing 2 and 3. 3 would be a mick take, to be honest, because half an hour, 40 minutes. What else? There's others. I don't know. Off-road would take 2 hours. Mustang's 35 minutes. Ford versus Chevy. That's 2 and a bit hours. I'm actually intrigued how long it'd be. It'd be the any percent the games. Oh. Can I get this done before the 3-hour mark, I wonder? I probably can. Actually. Get this race done before 3 hours. Thing is, I feel like I've got pretty far through it. I suppose it does kind of prove just how much there is in the early game versus in the late game. I mean, it makes sense that there's more races in the end game, right? Anyway. It's probably more of a chill out run anyway, this one. Because obviously there's not too much going on, but there is obviously the big question. Why? I don't know. Like, that's the question. I feel like a lot of people probably ask about, like, why this game? Why now? Honestly, I've no idea. Genuinely, no idea. Not a frigging clue. If I knew the answer, I'd tell you. I have no idea. I think it was because of the fact that I was doing something the other day and I was like, oh, just playing about on... That was it. I was bored and wasn't sure about what games to play. And I was like, oh, I remember Ford Racing. Oh, I remember not being able to beat that last time I tried playing it a couple of years back. Oh, let's try and play it again, see what we get out of it. I played it and was like, ah, interesting. And then all of a sudden, it's like, all of a sudden I'm coming back to the game. Oh, I'm coming to the game and I'm like, interesting. Five friggin' laps? Oh man. Gotta be kidding. Oh. 5 laps of this. Oh, this is gonna be horrible, man. Jesus, no. This is torture, man. There are no submissions for it, for one. Yeah, I know. I seem to be going down the rabbit hole of like, oh, this seems like a bad idea. Let's do it anyway. At the moment. I would say, like, everyone has that silly speedrun phase, but mine's just a case of no one's done a run of it, so why not? I hurt to put a time on the board, even if it's crap. You always seem to spawn in when FR gets mentioned. Yes, that's how at Ford Racing. Boom, he's here. I'm kind of the same, to be honest. Like, not quite the same, but like not far off. Like, if Hibu's streaming CMR or Hypno's streaming it, I'm like, I'll put my head in and just watch for a little bit, or like I might say something. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not using a shorter gearbox. Maybe it was because of the top speed or something. I don't know. Hey Diesel. You know, I was about to mention something actually, and Diesel, that was perfect timing. You just popped in the room. So I'm there on SRC, you know, and just seeing what's what. And I got a notification, your time in MotoGP PSP has been beaten by Diesel. I was like, I should go back to it. And then I was like, you know what, I need to watch what he's doing to just see what's going on. It's like he's cutting corners and bumping past bumping past competitors, and I'm like, I don't know if I did all that, but I definitely could improve my time. I think that run I did, the run that's on the board, is the one that... Yeah, that run I did, the one that's on the board, is that one that I was just like, I'm just going to lock in and do it. But also, I'll get there eventually. I'll do what I need to. Also, Diesel, whilst you're here, if I can ask the question about MotoGP on the PSP, do you use manual gears? I presume you do. Or do you just use auto? I'm fairly certain you do use manual. If you weren't, then definitely consider using manual. Definitely makes certain games better and easier. You know, here's a funny one, actually, to know. So you know Empire Interactive that made the Ford games, they also made Starsky and Hutch as well. Yep. They did. Look it up. Starsky and Hutch for PS2, Xbox, PC, whatever. Yeah, Empire Interactive made it. Very interesting to find that out, isn't it? I knew Empire Interactive was familiar. I was like, oh yeah, friggin' Starsky and Hutch has Empire Interactive on it. I do find it a ball ache setup, Starsky and Hutch. Like, to get it working, you have to get this special launcher thing that works. It's weird. For PC at least. PS2 and Xbox, you're fine. You know what I will say I've got? Friggin' consistency. Holy crap. Having the first lap, which makes sense to not have it as consistent. In fact, I'm 3/10 up on this lap, but still, like, I'm friggin' very consistent. Look at my lap times. 118, 118, 118. And it's also 118.3, like, it's accurate with a 10th. That's kind of mad. I found a lot of my laps are very similar to one another. I try and lap consistent. I think that's what racing games do teach you to do. If you're not. Friggin' consistent. Be consistent. 'Cause if you're not, you're gonna struggle. $170 maybe? Not quite. Right, Willowdale 2 in the Mustang, and then Willowdale 3. Holy Christ. Ah. Okay then. Excuse me, I'm gonna do a wall ride now. Thank you very much. That reminds me actually, there's a couple of games I need to come back to. I don't think I'll get around to all of them this year, but nice if I could. Some are just a playthrough, others are to speedrun again. First time in, well, donkey's years to be honest. Yeah, it'd be nice to get time on the board, to be honest. Not only that, but, you know, I've been helping a little bit in terms of putting the guide up there for people for both this and the 2001 game as well, and the splits. If people want to try it, then they can do. It's not too much, but it's a start, and I'm sure it will help people, and if anyone wants to run this, then there is that option. I just need to try and do the same for the others, to be honest. I need to figure out what is the actual fastest route for off-road, because that's one game that's been bugging me ever since I did a run of it years ago is Ford Racing Off-Road, you know, with the 4x4s. That's the one that's been bugging me. And it still is. It's the fact that there is no, like... We think that there is a definitive route, but we don't know. Because there is... One of the races that you do, or that you can do, is called Expedition. And it's where you have to find these artifacts. The problem is... The artifacts are in randomized spots. And unless you learn where these artifact spots are, that's why the run won't come down as fast as we think it will. I mean, we got it sub 2, at least. Like, I do plan on coming back to that game at some stage in the future. Like I said, at the minute, there is quite a bit going on, so I would hope that the second half of the year may be more filled with speedruns that I didn't get to do, rather than the first half, because, like, whilst I'm doing a fair few runs now, in this first half of the year, I don't know. It's mainly just down to, like, what events and, you know, real life stuff getting in the way, that sort of thing. But we'll see. Well, this is Willowdale 2. I'll tell you what it is, actually. What I quite like is what I don't like about 2, but I like about 3. I'm fairly certain 3 is a shorter race than 2 is, but 3 just has better scenery, I think. And better, like, corner flow, if that makes sense. Like, the track flows together better than Willowdale 2 does. See what I mean about how much money's involved. We've got 6 laps this. Oh my god. This is going to be a biggie. This will be a big race then. A very big race. Six laps is a big one. This is an endurance apparently. Friggin' looks like it as well. Whoop. As I said, this is probably going to be a run to keep in the background. If you're doing other stuff, feel free to come back in about 2 or 3 hours. You won't miss much. Plenty of racing. The question does actually come at some point, which is like, you know, why, as I said before, like, you know, why do this? Well, no one else is doing it, so why not? Put it this way though, it's a run on the board. We have guides, we have splits. You can learn and do this run yourself. But it is all down to you. The thing is, these are the kind of runs that will probably last for years before they get beaten, I'd imagine, because no one's going to sit here for 6 hours and do this, are they? I don't know. I know there was another guy that did World Racing 2001. He did the any percent. And I don't know what happened to him. I can't remember who it was, but someone did a run and submitted it. And then I was like, oh, sweet. That's a benchmark. So I beat that benchmark and then I beat it again and again and again. I did a 202. I think there was still bad driving in places during that, but fairly decent. Like most of the way through, so genuinely speaking, the run has been fine so far. Like, we've been alright up until this point. So we've got, yeah, so it's 6 laps of this, and then how long? I think Long Valley 2 is a friggin' normal race. I think that's 3 laps. I remember. I have no idea how long that is. Once that's done, we move on to the Mustang, so Mustang will be more power, more wheel spin. And at which point, after Mustang is done, we just drive the GT90, which is a f***ing beast and a half. Like, holy crap. Yeah, it really is like that much of a beast. Thankfully, without wall riding, would I still be able to win? I'd say yeah. Maybe not by as much as you think, but yeah, I'd probably still be able to win. Oh, hang on. It doesn't take into account the friggin' menu screens and stuff, does it? Bonus races with the GT90 is something else entirely. I'll be completely honest with you. It is something else. You do the bonus races with the Mustang and you go, wow. Because it's the GT90 then. You're like, whoa. The power difference, like, goddamn. It's mental. Friggin' mental. Again, we skip like a good chunk of these races in any percent. This is all the stuff that you wouldn't see. Yeah, like I said, Willowdale 3, I honestly don't mind as a track. It's nice. Willowdale 2, I don't like whatsoever. Like, for example, I know in Willowdale 2 there is a hairpin. I know that in Willowdale 3 there is a hairpin. But if you look on where the hairpin is, or sharp cut turn, right, that's easily drivable, no matter what. But if you do it on Willowdale 2, it's very sharp as a corner. That's why I don't like Willowdale 2. It's so friggin' sharp for a corner. Like, no. Just no. Well, the race is 8.5 minutes. Right, okay. And then I've got Long Valley 2. I think that's 4 laps, actually. Long Valley 2 is about 4 laps. This could be more like a 50-minute segment. Jesus. Guess we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, it's very much a case of I'm doing these runs so you don't have to. Every speedrunner has one of them runs where they're like, you know what, I've just been in the mood playing this and doing this run. I've got this... So, I have this thing where... I don't know if there's any other speedrunners or anybody out there that can associate with this. I presume there will be somebody, but like, for a speedrunner anyway. Is that it's like, I mean, you know, you've been playing this game a fair bit, and you've been like, okay, yeah, I'm getting used to this. Actually, yeah, I can run this now. I'm that confident in it. It's certainly something. Friggin' 4 laps. Ugh. Right, I'm going to skip qualifying. I'm also going to change the setup on the car. I'm sorry, I'm going to change this. I feel like that will help. Half right. It's over. What, the Counting Stars by One Republic? That one. That was what the previous song was, if you wanted to know. Yeah. Well, that was the previous song. That was the previous song. You wanted to know the song title? That's what it's called. Counting Stars by the band One Republic. Old enough for it. Oh, there you go, you see. This will be fairly interesting. Go. And on the straight, and I max out the gearbox. No, I can't, but a shorter gearbox does help in this race. You're alright though, Afro. Not seen you for a while. That's been a long time, to be honest. That's been a long time. What an interesting time to come back as well, like... Comes back when I'm doing a run of this. Doing Hundo. This. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. It's always good to have a break, or as some people would say, go out and touch grass. Interesting. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, did you go out and touch grass?" It's like, yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, went outside. I tried this video game called Life. It was crap. The graphics were excellent, but the funding was crap. It was like playing a really crap game of Monopoly. The controls were awful, and so was the interactions with the NPCs. So I stopped playing Life. Oh dear. Yeah, RE9 seems to be top of everybody's agenda at the minute. To be honest, I'm not a massive Resident Evil person myself. I'm not a big horror person, but at the same time, it depends on the games. I mean, obviously, I play a lot of racing games, don't I? Yeah, that's the concern, isn't it? It's like, everyone... The thing is, the hype has kind of gone for it pretty quick, for me. Because it's like, I bought 4, and then I quickly gave up on 4, right? And I didn't even bother buying 5. Like, my mate bought 5. Ben, my mate, he bought 5. And played that for a bit, and he really enjoyed it, and then... It was like, I think last time I spoke to him about it, he was like, yeah, it's a bit crap now, I don't really go on it unless I can be arsed. I'm like, fair enough. My big issue with the Forza games now, well, Horizon games, I'll ignore Motorsport, like, we pretend that that didn't even happen. But, like, you have... The progression is completely busted. When I say busted, I don't mean, like... What do I mean? What I mean is, it's... Too many familiar roads at Forza Horizon 4 for me. No. What I hate about Forza Horizon, and it's been a thing since Forza Horizon 4, is the fact that the game just opens up really quick. Like, very early on is like, here's every car. Here's every car. If you've got one of them car pack things, you know, you win a car every time you do a fucking wheel spin. You can start off with a friggin' Lamborghini at the start of the game. I don't know, it's like, there's no progression, there is no, like, structure to the games, really. I mean, they will say there's structure, but, like, in Horizon 4, the big selling point, so, in Horizon 2, I'll go back, okay, so the first one was, like, you do the festivals, then you move on to the next one, right? The second game, you did festivals, then you moved on. Well, each festival, you would do different races in different categories and everything. Horizon 3 introduced the wheel spin, I think. Or was that the second game? The third game definitely had the wheel spin. And I really enjoyed the third game. Like, really enjoyed it and finished it 100% and everything. But then, well, apart from the Hot Wheels stuff. But then, like, Horizon 4 came out and I was just like, oh, okay, so I've started the game. Oh, cool, we're in Britain, that's cool. Also, you now have this. Right, okay. Right, so here's the 4 series you have. There is street racing, there is dirt racing, like off-road racing, and there is like circuit racing or something. And I'm like, why have I got access to all these now? Why is it 3 different series and I've got to level them up? Why can I not have like a structure? You know, a linear structure as to like, to do with the Horizon Festival. And 5 apparently was just as bad, from what I heard. So I heard, anyway. But, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, like Horizon 4 had a broken structure, and then Horizon 5 had the same busted structure, I believe. 6 is like, oh, it's in Japan. I'm like, okay, this was something that a lot of people kind of knew. A lot of people thought Horizon 5 would be in Japan, to be fair. And it wasn't, it was in friggin' Mexico. And then it was like, 6, oh, it's in Japan now. And it's like, about fucking time. Yeah, maybe that's why 5 was bad then. Because of everything you've mentioned. Online being bad, the map being quite bland and boring. Like with Horizon 1, it was in Colorado, and you felt like you was in the country, you know, and you're in the sticks a little bit. The second one felt very European because it was based off the likes of France, Spain, and Italy mixed together. Britain felt British because, well, the streets and the cities you could race through, including the likes of, you know, Edinburgh and stuff, which was really, really cool. Then there was Horizon 5. You get to race through Mexico. Oh, right. Why does it look so bland? It looks more like a Mad Max game than a fucking Forza game, to be honest. Then 6, it's like, it's in Japan. I'm like, please do not screw this up. Do you know what? People have been putting like gameplay and like, oh, I got access to early beta and Horizon 6 looks amazing. I'm like, is it because it's in Japan? Is that why everyone's jumping on it? Or is it the fact that... Because the thing is, we're going to find out what Horizon 6 is going to be like. Here's the really bizarre fact, though. Horizon 6 is going to have the season system that was introduced in Horizon 4. Now, I'm not sure about you, but that sounds really bizarre for a game like Forza being based in Japan. In Britain, with the season changes, so when it was winter it snow, and you know, when it was summer it felt summery, and so on, right? So you know, you've got all these different bits, but I don't know, not a clue. I just have no idea how that's going to work in Japan, to be honest. Like, rain in Japan, alright, fine, that seems about normal, same with sun and clouds, but then it's like, if there's going to be a friggin' winter patch for it, you know, winter season, I don't think it's going to work that well for Japan. What's also another fascinating thing is for something like Britain, for example, when they had the winter season, there was a specific car you could gain access to because, well, ice, basically. You could find one of the, you know, the farm finds, because it was winter. It was the only time you could actually get the car because it was winter, and it was across one of the lakes or something, and it was frozen over. But then in 6, how's that gonna work? Like, if Japan's about as crowded as I think it is, because usually there's a lot of like forest country roads, isn't you know, where like all the drifters are and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Strange. Also, I have 3 GT90 races to do on this. In this section. That will be very interesting when I have to do those. Like, oh my god, I have to do the GT90 stuff. Oh, holy crap, does it go, man. It was snow in the mountains? Had it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm intrigued to see what they do with Horizon 6. I do... Like, personally speaking, I do want to get Horizon 6, but at the same time, given how much modern gaming costs and how much indie games are, I'd rather support indie developers than buy Forza. But at the same time, if Forza was on sale, I'd pick it up. It's on sale, as in, like, for a really cheap price. I would. It's not out of the question. It's not like, you know, it's not like I'm not gonna buy it. Like, let's just make that clear. It's not like I'm not gonna buy it, you know. I probably will end up getting it. I've never bought, I haven't bought Horizon 5, but I intend to buy the 5th game just to have it in my collection, to be honest. Why, what was the pre-order price? Don't say it was like 100 quid. Don't say it was 100 quid. Please don't say it was 100 quid. What was the pre-order price? I'm guessing about 80 quid. That sounds about right. $120 US. What's that for pounds though? Is that about 80 quid? 90 quid? I don't know. I don't know with the flow market these days, cash market. I bet it does translate to £100. 90 quid, okay. That's extortion. Jesus Christ. This is also the reason why the games industry is just stupidly expensive now. It's like, you could buy, when you bought a PS1 game back in the day, it cost you 30 quid. If you bought a PS2 game when it was brand new, it was 30 quid. When they got the 360 PS3 generation, it was 40. Eventually, pre-orders got upped to 60 quid. You could pre-order a game for 60 or buy it for 40. Usually. Then the Xbox One PS4 generation, 60 quid a game. PS5, Xbox Series X, I think still 60 quid, but 80 if you pre-order it. There's no regional price? What? Oh, that's even worse, man. Jesus Christ. What, so if you live in fucking like Poland or something, it's gonna cost you like 200 quid? The same game that someone's buying at a cheaper price. That's fucking ridiculous. That's pathetic. Nah, man. This is also a reason why... as I said before, this is also another reason why I hate the AAA games industry. They can suck a fat one. Seriously. Oh, please pay 90 quid for our game. How about no? Wait, you'll pay 25 quid? Yeah, why? Because it's cheaper and I don't feel like I'm being ripped off. Plus, why would I waste £90 on a game when your game's probably not even worth half that? I buy the game on offer for 25 quid, at least I know that, okay, I'll give you some money, but it's not loads. Indie games industry, by all, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Indie games industry is the way forward and has some amazing games. You just have to know where to look. not every game that comes out the indie games industry is amazing, but at the end of the day, given what the AAA games industry is pushing out, which is all graphics and no actual filler content, yeah, you can thank me later. Your wallet can thank me later, even. Bomb Bun on Steam. What? What's Bomb Bun? Little indie game. Thing is, there are some indie games that do charge like 20 or 30 quid, and I do think that sometimes that's pushing it. But at the end of the day, like, here's the thing. Okay, so for indie developers, it's more difficult to get on the market, right? You know, for people to buy your game and all the rest of it. And I understand it's hard, you know, games industry, it's very cutthroat business at the minute. If you pay 20, 30 quid for the game, chances are most of that money is going to the developers, the indie developer. Whereas if you have a game that's 90 quid, all that money is going to a AAA games industry company that gives no shits whatsoever. And they will keep chundering more crap. In fact, actually, so do you guys remember the crew situation, right? Oh, Ubisoft, they shut the crew down, game became unplayable, the game was practically worthless, right? You guys remember that? Yeah, the French Consumer Rights Association is suing them. It's taking them to court. Ubisoft is going to court over this. Ubisoft is also being sued in the state of California, although we reckon that won't be upheld. And apparently it's to do with the practices of it should not be allowed that a company can sell a game and then immediately pull the plug. That's the grounds they've got it on. I don't know whether they're planning on introducing a law or something like that, but yeah. It's kind of mad. Right, so here's a fun one. Also, if this car sounds familiar, I've said this before, I know I have. This car sounds familiar, it's because it ripped the... This is the same engine sound as the Dodge Viper from Gran Turismo. Not even joking. Same devs? No. No. So, Polyphony made Gran Turismo. Empire Interactive made Ford Racing. My guess? The engine sound wasn't ripped from Gran Turismo, and it was actually in a sound bank somewhere. And it just happened to be the same one that they used for Dodge Viper. I don't know exactly, but my guess, it was in Gran Turismo, and then Ford Racing's ripped it straight from Gran Turismo and put it in their game. If both games have been able to have access to the sound, then maybe it was in a library? I don't know. So holy crap, it is so nice to drive this friggin' thing. That was nice to drive. There we are. Yeah, uh-oh. Exactly. I smell a lawsuit. I don't really know if Gran Turismo knew that Ford was doing this, or that Empire Interactive was doing this. But yeah, there you go. So it works out. It works out fine. Also, shortest gearbox, still able to not reach top speed on circuits. So that's why we put this on the shortest gearbox. Same with the other one as well. Same with why I put the GT90 on the shortest gearbox. Nice. Got a 39, folks. 38. I've got surfing. I don't think I get that consistent. Definitely not getting this consistent. No, not happening. 0.2 of a second. I'll take it. Although it's probably a bit more than that. I'd probably guess at about 0.3. No, half second, if not more. Short. Just short. Yeah. Whoa, okay, hello. Oh, 38.4, nice. It was a fair bit faster than I thought it'd be. Like, a fair bit faster. I didn't think it'd be that quick, but sure. Oh, whatever. It works. I'm gonna complain. Oh, whoop. I'm not lapping them yet, that's a plus. Yeah, we got 2 38s, I need 3. I mean, I don't, but it'd be nice. I do with 38s consistent, really, on this race, but I never do get consistent 38s. As I said, or as I was saying, 39, let's ease it. Worse now. Oh, 38, 39, shit. Whew. Yeah, easily winning this. No. No, 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 no. Ha! Yep. Excuse me. I'm gonna push in front of you and then hopefully I'll make this. I don't know if I will. Oh. I will, maybe I won't. Ooh. Hello! Hey, go. Go. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was the corner I was dreading the most. Oh no. Everyone's got... You must be the third, fourth person that's come and said that. Oh no. He still didn't have enough. No, I was supposed to do this last week, Ventilo. You know when I was doing the any percent? I was supposed to do Hundo like the day after and I didn't. Or do Hundo and then do any percent the day after, but... I'm kind of glad I didn't, to be honest, because... I played through the game again and went through checking what upgrades I could do for the cars and when. And figuring some things out. So maybe it was for the best I didn't do that run. Because that would have mean I would have had to do this run again. With the new strats found, so yeah. And I quote, strats. It's not really strats, it's just the fact that... yeah, I just found out, like, how I can upgrade this car early on. Upgrades also stack on top of other cars that you also use. Which is fairly impressive. Oh yeah, and I also have 3 races with the friggin' GT90. Pretty happy about, because it means that the races should be a lot faster and should be over more quickly. I'm actually impressed. So the AI is a fair bit more tougher, obviously, at the minute. Surprised I'm not pulling away from them, to be honest. Because they're keeping up. I mean, I'm on a shorter gearbox, so acceleration should be better, but apparently it's not amazing. I know I've got to do Long Valley 2 at some point. But yeah, in terms of did I not have enough? Clearly not. I decided to do this again and again and again. It is a long run. What I do find interesting, I'm at 4 hours. I don't feel like I'm at 4 hours, to be honest. Well, nearly 4 hours. I've not been taking note of the friggin' clock, to be honest. And we just go, wee. Excuse me. Excuse me. How the friggin' hell did I miss the... Whoa. I was gonna say, how the hell did I miss the bloody... thing? How did I miss the apex by that much? My god. I kind of spun at the right moment. I mean, could have been worse. Let's be honest. Whew. That was close. Okay, obviously that lap could have been faster, but let's just look on the bright side, eh? I won. Let's look on the bright side. I friggin' won. So I'm not gonna complain. Oh, it's oh yes, Willowdale 3. I like Willowdale 3. Willowdale 3's better than 2 because I can still do all the wall riding shenanigans. At the start, it's just the ending bit that I don't like. But it's sorry, no, not this bit. It's the. Sorry, I'm thinking of Willowdale 2, not 3. Never mind. Doesn't matter. I've got Willowdale 3. Got Mountain Ring. And what else have I got? I got a couple other races as well, I think. I think it's Willowdale 3, Mountain Ring, GT90 race. And then 2 more races after that? I don't know. Good job wall riding works. Also, that was extremely lucky on that GT90 race that I actually managed to do alright with the wall riding. Should have just slowed down really, but fine. The problem is with the GT90 is obviously it's known to spin out quite a lot, so expect something to go horribly wrong when the GT90 comes out and I've got to race that bloody thing. Because I know that when I do the GT90 in the any percent, I'm like very nervous because I need to win. Obviously, there's also the whole like I can spin out shenanigans and stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, so we've got Willowdale 3, Mountain Ring, I think is an endurance, actually. Holy hell, another endurance. There's a fair few of these endurance things now. I like how they call them that. It's like sprint is a lap or 2 laps. Normal can be anything from 3 laps to 6 laps. Endurance can be anything from 4 laps to 8. It's weird. It's so strange with what's classed as like a sprint. It might be. I think it's more a case of what it's classed of for that car. Like you can do 8 laps in the Mustang, and it's classed as endurance around Mesa Verde. Yet you can do 4 laps, and it can be classed as something else. I don't know. Weird. Hey, would you look at that? We're 4 hours in. Just like that. Bloody hell, fire. 4 hours in, 2 and a bit to go. I think. I mean, if GT90 is as long as I think it is, then yeah. Definitely. There we go. Right, so it's a 5-lap race of this. This is the endurance. And then I've got Long Valley 2 with the GT90. Holy cow. That's going to be a mess. Like this race is being right now. Hello. Where do you think you're going? Oh, no, you don't. No, 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 no. No. Ah. Gotcha. done. Nice. Okay, 1 lap down. More to go. Doesn't feel like that long ago when I last heard my watch click either, because my clock goes ding ding every hour. It beeps every hour. Doesn't feel like it was that long ago since I last heard it go. Maybe the hours are flying by that quick, because the races are taking that long. I'm going to be pretty happy once we get to GT90 because it'll be more power, but then at the same time, I'm going to be terrified of driving that thing. But then again, we do get to drive the Ford Explorer and the Ford F-150 in 3 different races, and they will be very interesting when we get to those. The F-150 I'm buying soft tyres for, if I remember. The F-150 is a beast. A racing truck in this. I think it's like 400 something horsepower, but it's a racing truck. That's entirely, yeah. The funny thing is, it said it was supposed to be raining. Yeah, it's supposed to be raining all weekend apparently. I see no rain outside, I just see cloud. There's been speculation it's going to rain all Easter weekend for us, but to me that's just another day in Britain. Okay, after doing Mountain Ring for a couple of laps now, this isn't too bad of a track. I think it maybe does come down to whatever car you're using, more than anything else. But I could be wrong on that, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. There we go. Outing ring is done. This is interesting now. Ready? There you go. This is where your rallying skills need to come in useful. GT90 off-road. It's just a massive rally car. Except one simple fact, it's not, because it can spin like hell. There you go. Actually surprising that this race is going about as well as it is at the moment, because during practice I spun out quite a fair few times during this race, because mainly the dirt section. I mean, I'm not really surprised, are you? The dirt section has got to be the worst bit, that's why. Right, here's the dirt section. There's the worst bit. There it is. There's the spin. Off-road, and it spins. It's... I knew I shouldn't have said it was going well, because I just jinxed it. Typical GT90 attitude, just... terrible. Honestly. It is a god-awful car. Like, I've no words for how bad the car is. It's bloody horrendous. Well, once we've got this done, this is the Mustang's done. Yeah. I actually thought the Mustang would take longer. Like, a hell of a lot longer, but apparently not. This one may be able to be finished in way less than 6 hours. Give or take, actually. I said 6.5, but I don't know. Depends on the other races. I've been told an hour and 20 minutes to do the GT90 stuff, but obviously that depends on driving and other stuff as well. This could actually be a lot faster than we thought, which should be nice. You know, it's always nice finishing way above what you think you are. That's always nice. Once we get into the GT90s, that's it. Game's done after that. GT90 is where the biggest challenges lie. First of all, the GT90 itself. The second thing is the bonus races that we do, which are luckily like 1 lap each. So yeah, should be fine. Well, it's been a fun ride, Mustang, but we're going to have to let you go now, because we're bringing in the menace that is the GT90. And Christ knows what that's going to do. Oh. Huh? I'm just going to use the soft tyres here. I mean, the thing is, there is aerodynamics for this car, but I honestly don't understand what the aerodynamic package is going to do for this car. I've, like, really no idea. No, the game doesn't have tyre wear, no. It doesn't have tyre wear, but when you buy a pair of soft tyres, it does get applied for that one particular race. Why, what were you going to say, Ventil, if it had tyre wear? You were going to say something like, well, there'll be no tyres left after this thing's worn out. probably be right, to be honest. In terms of does it have tyre wear? No, it does not. 34.9. I do remember, so because the races are the same length as what they normally would be, yeah, these races will be finished a lot faster in this thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it doesn't have tyre wear. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you were asking for a reason like, oh, thank God, because if tyre wear was a thing, then fairly certain this will happen. It's like, yeah. 34.6, Jesus Christ. I knocked like about a second off my PB just through driving. Jesus Christ! I nearly lapped him. On fire in a 6-lap race on a short circuit as well. Kind of comical. Ooh. Here comes the track I have been dreading. 5 laps of this. Oh God, not looking forward to you. Like, I don't mind this bit here, this part of the track. I'm completely fine with this bit. I am not looking forward to the friggin' off-road bit. No way, Jose. This is, for context, this is about a 10-minute race. 5 laps, 2 minutes each, it's about 10 minutes. I think it's longer than any other race you do after this as well. It's longer than the last race in the game, I know that. I think it's 12 races or something in this one. The problem is, there's one thing you can't get with the GT90, and that's a real pain, and it's consistency. Because of how it drives. It would be nice if I could get it consistent, but I can't. That's the other thing as well. So if I get like a couple of good laps, I could probably pull a massive gap out to yeah. If I get if I do some good laps, then I can pull out a massive gap to the AI. But obviously we will never know. We won't know until later on. At which point I probably won't care anyway. Yeah, we're pulling a gap on them, alright. Don't get ahead of ourselves, though. Oh, God. Steady on. Come on. Whoa. Hey, comic. Oof. How's it going? Oh. This is... I might have to... Currently I'm trying to play what's stood up, so this will be a laugh. If it looks like there's not much... looks like there's not much difference in my drive, and believe me, I feel like I can't see as much as I'm stood up. My monitor's quite low down. Hold it. That had to happen, didn't it? Am I familiar with the 12-hour challenge? I'm familiar, yes. I'm familiar. I don't think there's a game I'd want to do within 12 hours. It'd take me ages to learn a game. Actually would. To be honest, years ago I would have said yeah, but given the fact that I don't have the time at the minute, like, I know I'm doing this, I've got time to do bits and pieces, but I haven't got time to do a 12-hour thing because I'm not... There's a lot going on behind the scenes in my personal life. Mainly the fact that I'm trying to buy a house at the minute and the sale's not fully gone through. No, I know, but what I mean is that it's doing a run of something in 12 hours. I don't know what game I'd want to do. It'd be a game I've seen but never done, I think. I forget what are the rules of the 12-hour challenge thing, so you don't have to use all 12 hours. Is it you pick a game up that you want to learn, and then you learn it within 12 hours, and then you see how good you can do at it in the 12 hours or something. I think that's it, isn't it? Alright. Don't like that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I hit the nail on the head. I'd probably be cheating if I end up using Driver 3, because I played the other categories but never done the game. That was 2 days. Right, okay. Knowing me, I would end up picking a game up that I've not done a run of, but I've played in the past. And not done a run of, and then... Because Driver 3 I have played, I just haven't done a run of the any percent, because I haven't learned strats for it or anything. I know there are some strats, because I've seen them in the speedrun, but I've never done them myself. It would probably be counted as cheating, right? I probably wouldn't be allowed to do that. Oh, can you? Wait, so you can do that? Enthusia, oh no. I mean, if that's something you want to do, Ventilo, that would be something I'd do. Jesus Christ, no. Right, okay. I thought the game was like, it was a game you wanted to learn, but you've never picked it up, you've never learned it. That's what I thought it was. Also, Explorer time. Also, holy crap, these Explorers are too frigging fast. Why are you guys so quick? How the hell are these guys so frigging fast, man? Oh boy. Come on, come on. Come on! Yes! Phew! Oh, man. No, technically that's cheating. Technically, Ventilo, that's cheating. Don't let him do it. He's ran Burnout Paradise before. He's played the remastered, I think. Is it? Which one is it? He's played one of them. He's run them. As full as possible for the first time back. Oh, okay. That works. Oh, you have run, but okay, never mind then. Forget I said anything. Just... what was I gonna say then? Ultimate Box and Remastered. You could run Burnout Legends, actually. Ventilo. Or Burnout 2, to be honest. Right, okay. So it could be a new category that I haven't run before. I don't know. I mean, there are, like... The Driver, for example. I've wanted to learn the driving game stuff that, like, Survivor and Duck have done for the first two Drivers. Same with Driver 3, actually. I'd like to learn the driving games for that. But the problem is, there's no... I do believe there is no categories for them. I can't remember. We didn't put a category for Driver 1 or 2. Or 3, even. That could work, actually. Yeah, that could work. Game's got way too many categories, but you run a lot of them. Yeah, you've run a lot. Actually, Ventilo, you haven't done Hondo, have you? That's not a challenge, by the way, because that will be well past the 12 hours. Yeah, I'd probably be looking... If I did a category, I'd want to make sure it's on the leaderboard. Like, the thing is, we haven't actually added the driving game stuff to the leaderboards. Yeah, we haven't done... Yeah. So... I'd probably want to do a category that's real. But then again, we haven't added Driver 1 and Driver 2 driving games yet, so... They're categories that do need adding, to be honest. 18th and... Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. I'm at... so I've got GTA Marathon from the 11th to the 18th of April. And I drive back on the 19th, and it's Linky's birthday. Yeah. Linky's birthday is literally, I think, the day before or the day, I can't remember. It's around there. But when I come back from GTA Marathon, we're probably going to go and get food and stuff together. I'm planning on just taking her out somewhere, I don't know where yet. You might know that, she might not, but still. This is going to go on a VOD, so yeah, happy birthday Link in advance if that's the case. But, Karmic, I will say, are you in a few speedrun servers, by the way? Because it might be worth a shout, just throwing it out there to like marathons and stuff. Like, I don't mind if you want to mention it in my server or in the speedrunning tab bit of the server, that's fine. If you've got like a link or a server or something, then yeah, that'll do something. Well, if you want to give me the I tell you what, Karmic, have you got me on Discord, or have you added me on Discord? Because I was gonna say, if you've got like a message or something that you want me to send, I can send things around. If you want, you can send me a message on Discord and stuff. Yeah, why don't we refer to Japanese friends as NTSCJ? I like you thinking, that's good. Maybe that's where PAL came from then, I don't know. I mean, we've always said PAL, but PAL's more of a British thing, to be honest. If I can be honest, I don't recall Americans saying PAL. They usually say buddy or friendo, I found. So hello, Vex. Vex for the follow. Yeah. I could probably stick it in the CMR server and driver server and stuff. And Ford Racing server, funnily enough. Maybe it'd finally give people a reason to friggin' pick this game up. Friendo, like I don't know, like, I've heard people use the word friendo. Like, hey, friendo. Or, hey, buddy. I think friendo's just, rather than saying friend, it just sounds even more friendly. Just, hey, friendo. You know, I don't know. It's weird. But either way. I know what you're thinking of. Are you thinking of No Country for Old Men by any chance, Karmic? What business is it yours where I'm from, friendo? That one. Yes. I've never... Do you know what? Here's something that might get you a bit like, what the... I've never watched the film, but I have seen the bit that he's on about. I think it's the most popular clip for the film anyway. What's the most you've ever lost? Coin toss. The most you've ever lost. I can't remember. I didn't put anything up. Yes, you did. You put it up. Just didn't know it. Oh, the lines from that scene are really good too. That's where I know that friendo from. I've heard people use friendo though. Yeah, it's a great scene that. What was it? Know what date is on this? Oh, that's it, yeah. You know what coin? Do you know what date is on this coin? 1958. It's been traveling 22 years to get here. Now it's here, and it's either heads or tails. You gotta call it. What? Just call it. Why? Just call it. Well, I need to know what I stand to win. You stand to win everything. Call it. Alright. Catch then. Hold on. Hey, don't just put it in your pocket. That's your lucky quarter. Viper Races, or Viper Racing, I think it is. Don't just put it in your pocket. Well, where do you want me to put it? Anywhere except in your pocket. Otherwise it'll get mingled in with the other coins and become coin. Which it is. Yeah. I don't know why that... how I can just remember that line, or lines in the film. I have watched that scene a couple of times. I think that's actually the reason I want to watch the film, is because of that bit. Yeah, Karmic, if you're... I don't know what speedrun servers you're in, but if you're... yeah, no worries. If you're able to, are you in any speedrun servers, Karmic, actually? If so, which ones are you in? You in any in particular? Any that I might know? Obviously, I'm in quite a fair few, so I'd have to ask for permission for a few servers. Some I won't have to, but some I can. Right. I mean, you're not in anything like, I don't know, UKSG or anything like that. Well, I was gonna say, events like that, you could post it around there and see if anyone's interested in that. Like I said, I can share it in a few servers. There's like off topic where I can probably post stuff in off topic. If it has an off topic one, you know. Like I said, I can share it, but I can't really do too much else than that, unfortunately. That's the problem, I can't really do too much else. Hey, it's a start, so... yeah, that's fine. It'll be interesting to see if I can make it through the end of this race, or make it through this. I'm glad that I've got Long Valley done, to be honest. Because, well, especially Long Valley 2, Jesus Christ. I'm glad that's done. There we go. Yeah, that's true. There you go. Body shop. Buy the tyres for this. This is going to be interesting as well. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Yeah, it was a bit on the slow side there. Also, holy crap, this thing's tail happy. Whoa! Whoa! Ah! Come on! Jesus Christ! Whoa! Christ almighty. Okay. By the way, we're going back to friggin'... We'll be going back to Mesa Verde after that as well. And... round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Oh crap. Hello. Oh no, that'll do. That'll work just fine. Thanks, car. Whew. This is Willowdale 3. I've got... is it Willowdale 3? We've already done Willowdale 2, haven't we? Yes, we have. What I do find interesting, there's one guy that's been left behind. I have no idea why. Poor guy. I'll say that much. Yeah, the thing is, when you think of like, okay, what's a game you haven't run but you'd love to run? I'm like, I've got a load of ideas. Like, for me, I'd love to run, you know, I think I've said like Mafia 2 or The Godfather or something. The problem is, it's like, there's so many times where you'll get killed during them runs where I'm like, or arrested, and you're like, yeah, game's over, and I'm like, ew. Then again, it's like, what about a game you haven't ran? Like, I finished Driver 3. You know, I finished Driver 3, so... technically speaking, I could run Driver 3, but at the same time, it'd be difficult to run Driver 3 because... well... I mean, I'm playing on keyboard for a start, which is a bit of a weird one. I'm not used to playing on the keyboard. But playing on a keyboard was actually kind of easy when I was playing on the keyboard for it. I'm not used to driving and shooting at the same time. It does help when you can do it. There we go. True, yeah, because the thing is with the 12-hour thing, no one wins, no one loses either. It's not a race, it's... here's the challenge, have a crack at it, right? That's what it is. It's not about whether you beat someone at another game faster, it's you're beating it for yourself, sort of thing. Yeah, well, that's true, yeah, that's very true. How you can lose, you can only lose by not beating the run. Yeah. be honest, this was a learning experience. This game was a learning experience. Still is. It's just times where the car will do that. It'll just drive around the corner just fine. And then there'll be times where the car won't turn and it won't go around the corner and I'm like, oh dear. New record! I wish he kind of did say that, to be honest. New lap record! I don't know where that was from. Probably Ridge Racer or something, I'd imagine. Congratulations, you set the new lap record. It's usually... I think that is from like one of the old Ridge Racers. Jesus, that'll be a tough learning curve. Learn Ridge Racer? No. You have to be very good just to get it right, let alone friggin' beat the damn thing. The early Ridge Racer games are ones that I need to play through, to be honest. Yeah, you could. There you go. PS2. It's not too bad either. It's about an hour and a bit. It's honestly not too bad. I mean, you'd learn about the thing, right? But what's that? Still there. I don't know what car I used. I can't remember. I think the fastest one I saw was the EO or something. Whoever ran it previously used the EO. It'd depend as well, because there's the any percent. You can run the any percent as easy, medium, or hard. And I believe they split the boards up, depending. Yeah, I couldn't, honestly, I tried to use the EO, it was garbage. I just couldn't drive it whatsoever, it just would not drift when I wanted it to. Believe it or not, in that game, I found drifting to be really difficult, but then the car that I used, which I don't know, it could have been the Solara, I don't know what I used, but the car that I used was not too bad. I got used to it pretty quick. And found that the easiest way of drifting was literally by... yeah, the easiest way to drift was just to let your foot off the gas and going around corners about halfway through. And the car would drift and then straighten up again. But the problem with that is that you can straighten up halfway through a corner and it's like, ooh. You have to hope that the car will slide and then stop when you want it to. It takes a bit of getting used to, but it's not too bad. I reckon, given that you've done drifting games before, I think you'd be alright with that, Ventilo. Personally, I think you'd be alright, you get on with it. Who knows? Maybe you take to it like a fish to water. Maybe you just you take to it fairly quickly, you know. Nice. Oh, nah. You gotta be kidding me, man. Okay, right. I've no problem with this. This is fine. I'm looking at Mountain Ring. I'm probably gonna have to buy soft tyres for Mountain Ring and Willowdale, to be honest. This will be very interesting. I don't remember how I friggin' won this. I know that it took some getting used to, but I won it eventually. It was like, oops. Oh, whoops. Oh, sugar. Nope, that's not good. I don't know how I'm gonna win this, but we'll hope. Just hope and pray. The AI is mega cheating here, and I'm gonna use it to my advantage. I want the money. Oh, also, thanks. Oh, you'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Come on. What? Jesus Christ, what speed are you doing? Friggin' hell. What? What? What was that? He was doing 120. He just like sped up like friggin' rubber band. Holy cow. Oh, okay. No. Not happening, bro. Not happening. I'm winning this, and you ain't gonna stop me. Yeah, Explorer, I hardly know her. At least buy me a drink first. I think these races are pretty bad. Genuinely, like, very slow. The Explorer is kind of quick, actually, which is weird. I mean, it's slow compared to the GT90, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. we go. And go and buy the tyres again. Mainly because I can afford them. Ooh. Oh, right, okay, I'm not making this mistake again. No. Yep, there we go. Yes. Yeah. I know, it's fine. Okay, bloody hell. Slow down, GT90s. Jesus Christ. Oh, no you don't. Aha! There you go. I think not. I feel like I've seen this layout somewhere, or a similar one. Oh yeah, no, what does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? I've seen this layout somewhere, it reminds me of somewhere. I know what it reminds me of. Mine circuit? Never heard of it. What's that from? Mine circuit from... What, for the, as in the mine cars? Oh. Huh. I didn't know such a thing existed. But you mentioned it, I've never heard of that circuit, to be honest. Yeah, can't say I've heard of that circuit. But fascinating though. Has it been in any video games, Ventilo? The mine circuit? I would presume it has. Oh, just casually taking a detour through the gravel trap there. There'll be a lot of wall riding on this one, but that's fine. Ah. I wonder if it was in Sega Touring Car Championship then. That's a good question. If it was in that. Interesting. Yeah, it's just called Mountain Ring on here. Yeah, I got a 107. Hoping I got a 107. Ah, right, got you. Also, this one's going to be shorter than I thought. Like, I was predicting 6.5 hours. It's going to be over in about 10, 12 minutes. Because I'll be doing this race, and then once I'm done here, I'll literally do the last race, and then we're done. We've gone a lot faster. And I've not really struggled with too many races. With the brewing some jammy dodgers. You can't get any more British than that, can you? Brewing some jammy dodgers. Actually, Karmic, there's a question. Is there anybody that you might know, speedrun wise, that I know? I have a feeling you do. Do you know who CD Romatron is? I have a feeling you do know him, actually. I'm watching a British guy racing a game. Or, I was going to say, maybe CD Romatron or Hypnotics, maybe. You know CD Romatron? Okay. I'm trying to think. If you've been around for as long as I think you have, then you probably know who CD Romatron is. I know a few people came over from his stream many, many years ago. Oh, you've already asked him. Nice, nice. Oh, you got him on Discord? Oh, even better then. What did Hib say? I would imagine he said he may be interested, I guess. Right, last race. We go like that. Alright, bud. Less than 5 hours and 20 minutes, I think. He's got to see what he can do. Or else it's like 2021. Yeah, you've been around a fair bit then. 5 years. I know that I grew my Twitch channel a lot over like the COVID period and everything. It's actually interesting that it's stayed around 1340 or whatever it is, follower-wise. It's like, I always say, okay, I don't always say, but I've said on a few occasions, like, I understand if people unfollow and disappear because, you know, I'm not always going to be doing racing games all the time. You know, and I'll be streaming stuff, but it's obviously what I want to do, so... You found me not from a racing game, that's interesting. What did you find me from? House of the Dead, maybe? I can think of House of the Dead being one of them. A lot of people found me through all sorts. UKSG and my Treasure Planet run. Ah, very nice. Funnily enough, that's a run I haven't done for a while. I haven't done Treasure Planet for a bit. I've been meaning to go back to Treasure Planet, to be honest, because I want to try and do the other categories for the game. Like, I've done the any percent a fair few times, but obviously with the unlimited health glitch and everything that we do in that run, I wanted to try getting like the all tokens and the 100% run done. Yeah, it's my favourite, to be honest. There's a couple of films yeah, there's a couple of films that I like Disney-wise, but for me, definitely Treasure Planet's right up there. It's funny because it's like, you know, Link is like a massive Disney fan. She absolutely loves Disney, and yet, you know, it's like, he loves Disney and Stitch, you know, Lilo and Stitch, mainly Stitch. Yeah, like, you'd never seen Treasure Planet, and I was like, you've got to watch this. I absolutely love this film. Oh yeah. I'd be one of the Herbie movies. I mean, honestly, yeah, it seems legit. That kind of seems like, yeah, that's definitely a Viper thing to have. And what would he be? He would be a friggin'... He would be a Herbie film. There's cars and all that stuff. I mean, there was Herbie Fully Loaded. I think he got released on the DS, but do I really want to play that? Probably not. I don't know. To be honest, like, I can play Disney games and Pixar games, but I have to really... I think it's on both, actually. I can just kind of imagine. Like, hey man, I know we've been mates for years. I thought I'd get you something from the flea market or a gaming market. What'd you get me? Maybe fully loaded. Yes. I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, I could imagine. I could imagine that going down well. An angry Scottish man. Oh no, it's even worse. Yeah, Carmit, you should definitely go to UKSG one day if you ever get a chance. If you're from the UK, definitely. I mean, that's probably where I'm most likely to meet you, but then there's also, like, WASD as well, which is in, well, which usually at the University of Warwick. Time we're looking at to finish this run? 5:18-ish. I'd say about 5:18. Yeah. It probably would be, actually. It could be a 5:17 maybe. I don't know. What do we reckon? Ooh, what do we reckon? Maybe something glitched out then. Hey, 5:17, you think? I still reckon 5:18. Don't forget, time's not going to be when I cross the line. Time is when I get the credits. So it's how quick I can spam through the menus, I suppose, and get to the credits. Fair enough. You know what? If I can do it, well, I'm gonna aim to try and do it. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can do it. I don't know. Oh, shit. Never mind. Ignore that. Fake split. Come on. Come on. Come on. There it is. Yes. Done. That's actually not that bad. I generally was expecting longer. I'm gonna save them records as well. There we go. Nice.